The first project is going to be a fall fairy homestead. We are going to start with a variety of paintbrushes. I have some different sizes here. Variety of paints in any fall color you can imagine. Some greens, some beiges. Of course, we have to have orange and gold and a tannish color. And then a brown and a chalkboard black. I'm going to use this Dollar Tree Plus little goodie box. Here's that information here for you. And this is what it looks like on the inside. There are 5 pieces in here, so really good deal. And these are bigger than the other little gnomes they have. I'm going to use a wood slice. It's got a crack in it, but it's okay for this project because we're going to cover that up. And this is what these look like before I give them a makeover, because you know I've got to paint them. This is their first look. And there's our cute little fairy on the pumpkin. There's a little fence with some pumpkins and some grass. And then a mailbox, of course. Alright, so we're going to add our paints to the little paint tray. And if you choose not to make yours over, you certainly don't have to do that. It's just something that I personally enjoy. I'm going to put my spectacles on, grab some of that paint, and just start going over this. It's a very similar color. The paint job on here is kind of streaky. You know, for the price, I totally understand. These are not painted by professionals, and I myself, I'm not a professional. But I want to give it, just really highlight and make this little piece just look as good as it possibly can. And so I enjoy making mine over. I'm going to just go kind of with what the wood grain would be, going up and down with my brush strokes, because if you go side to side, you can see that, and it just really doesn't give it the look that I'm going for. So I'm just going to do it my way. I'm going to make it my own. And of course, you know, on this channel, I always encourage you to make yours your own. Y'all, I wish you could see me right now. It is a hilarity. I am in the bathroom. My grandson is asleep on my bed, right in the room. I have the door open, a robe on my head, a beach blanket over the back of the computer, and every rug I could find spread out on the floor to muffle out any sounds. So I hope the quality of sound is not too bad in here. Okay, going right along. Now the grass, we all know that in the fall, the grass starts to change colors. So I don't want to make this just solid green. I'm going to go over it and trim it up around where that fence is to, you know, just kind of crisp up the edges. But then once it's dry, I'll take that lighter green and kind of stipple that all over the top to give it some depth and to also give it a look as if it is changing, you know, for the next season. And the grass green here, the original color was a little too cool tone for me. I like my warm tones. You know how I am, earthy tones. So I just liked just changing that color up a little bit. Okay, so here are the pieces all made over. Here's the pumpkin house. I also went down the cracks there with a little bit of that dark brown paint, just barely any left on the brush. And I went down all of those little, you can see on every pumpkin I did that, and did a little bit of dry brushing in other areas as well. I brushed a little bit of bronze over the leaves, and I have bronze on the little fairy's hair too. So I just used what was left on the brush from her hair to put on here. Everything has been thoroughly dried. Here's our little fairy, and she has brown hair, and I used the bronze on top, and then I used some color shift paint on top of her wings. Alright, so what are we going to do with this piece of wood? If you would like to paint this piece of wood, this is my big old Mod Podge brush. You can go over the top with Mod Podge and then let it dry thoroughly. Then you can paint so that it doesn't soak into your wood. So that's an option for you. But I'm going to also show you another way to do it. But first, I'm going to cover this entire thing. And then I'm going to go around all of my edges. So this just keeps that live edge from chipping off and breaking apart and shedding all over the place. So you can seal it off, and then be sure that you let it dry and then go on with your project. So once that top part is dry, you're going to pick out some greenery that you might want to put on there and then get those set aside. And I'll show you how we're going to do the base of this little, I guess it's their little yard or their little area where they live. I'm going to use foam because we're going to be adding greenery. So this is just a piece of foam that came in a table that I ordered online. And I'm just going to try to trim it down so that it fits roughly the shape that I have on this wood slice. Once I get it that way, I'm going to, I just right now have this is like a pool noodle knife, and it works really good for foam and that sort of thing. So I'm going to use it to kind of thin the sides down so that they taper down and are flat against the wood slice but are higher up on the top, almost like a hill would be. And that's the kind of look that we want to have here. This is going to make it where we can put floral and greenery picks, and they'll stay in place. If you don't have that type of a knife, you can use a blade, which I'll show you on another piece, or you can use your scissors like this and just start hacking into it. And then once you realize that everything's where it should be, I'm going to grab some of this wood glue, put the wood glue on there with a stick. I'm just going to put it on there like I'm icing a cake. Okay, I'm going to put that all over there. And then after that's in place, I'll be using some hot glue in the middle, and I will put a piece of foam on top of that. Press it into place so nothing moves. And then we can move on to the next step of it. I got a little too much glue on the edge, so I'm just going to take that off, just kind of rub it in a little bit. Going to still need the glue. Okay, now I know that I want to use I want to put a hill on here for the house. So I'm just going to kind of shave it down a little bit more. You want it to be where when you put your grass or, turf, whatever you're going to put on top of there, you don't have like a squared corner. You actually want to make it look like a hill. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to make a separate little hill or raised area that we want to put the little pumpkin house on. So I'm just going to cut out a piece that will fit just a little bit bigger than the bottom of there. So I just kind of eyeballed it, and then I'm going to cut this in like an oval shape, and then its sides will be tapered down also so that it makes a nice smooth area for us to put the moss on, because we're going to use moss rather than grass because I like the brown moss and I think it looks good for fall. So that's how we're going to do that. Okay, so then I know that it's going to fit, and I'll have a little extra room on there, which is perfect. I'm going to add a little bit of cool temp glue and press that in place. I just press down for a moment and make sure that it's sticking on there. Then I'm going to use some tacky glue to put the greenery down, or the moss down. I got the moss from Dollar Tree. So I'll use the tacky glue because the glue, even the cool temp glue, can kind of eat through it, and you have to be careful about that. This tacky glue gives you a little more time to dry. It doesn't dry as quickly, so you have more time to work putting those pieces of moss down on your form. So I'm going to work in just little sections at a time, grabbing a chunk of it and just pressing down. Now, if you want to use gloves, you can do that. But y'all know I'm a messy crafter, so I do not mind getting glue on my hands. It's going to wash off, and having my fingertips exposed, I can really feel those areas. Ew, to make sure that everything is covered. I don't want any open areas where I can feel the foam. I want it to be nicely covered between the foam on the top and the foam that is underneath. Nice transition. Okay, so I'm just going to add to the side, and I'll just use a popsicle stick to kind of spread that out. You can use a little plastic cutlery knife if you want to. And I'm just going to spread that on, just again, like icing a cake. Put that icing on there, and then grab up some more of that and press it down. You don't need a huge amount each time, because if you do, it's just going to fall off. So try to get it where it's thin enough that it's pressing down, and of course there is a solution for it. We're going to shake some of it off, and then we're going to use a spray adhesive to put on top of it so that everything stays locked in place and none of it sheds and falls apart. So this is how it's kind of going to look, but you want to make sure that you also get it around that entire edge there. Okay, and you can see I pretty much have it everywhere. I'm going to go back and put it in the areas where I can still see the white foam, like there, there, and it just takes a little extra glue, and you just poke the foam on there. And you want to shake a little bit off, take it outside, spray it with the mat. I sprayed one good coat on there and left it overnight. Now you can trim around the edge if you want a nice smooth edge, but that doesn't concern me because it's supposed to look like nature, so we're going to leave it. Now this it's almost like a bridge. I found this in a different pack that I already had here from Dollar Tree. And I'm just going to paint it as well and let it dry. And then we're going to start putting it together, which of course is the fun part. So the house is going to be on a hill. Now I'm going to leave it here to show you how long I hold this in place. I'm not just putting it there. It's stable enough, but I want that glue to push down into that foam. I'm going to go through the moss and into the foam so that if it was to topple over, nothing will fall off. So putting that pressure on there with the glue really makes a difference. This is the layout I think I want. Just kind of giving it a dry run to see if I like it. And I think I like it something like this. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to start putting that glue on there and pressing it down. Same process as we're just going to push it and hold it there for several seconds. And then go around, and every place we have our little pieces, we're just going to go ahead and secure those in place. I'm going to add some on the underneath part of this ladder too, right at the bottom, or this bridge rather. If you wanted to, you could use something to make it look like water going under there, but this is not going to be no water feature in here for me. And this is simply going to be terrain, and it is fall terrain. So I'm just going to push with my fingernail through the foam and kind of wiggle out a little spot to have a flat space to put the mailbox. I know it's going to work there, so I'll grab my glue and put it down and then press that into place and hold it. And the little fairy, I'll put her down right here in the front. She looks so cute. She's just got her leg kind of kicked over to the side like she's footloose and fancy free. Look at her. It's cute. Okay, y'all, now we get to play around with the greenery. So I'm just going to grab some stuff that might look like, trees, shrubbery, grasses, things like that, because fairies are miniatures. All these little homes are miniatures. So I want to try to give this the look of, something that would be possibly in the floor of the forest. Maybe nestled against a tree or a boulder, but hidden nicely. So we're going to add all these goodies around. And this is just one pick that I'm cutting into pieces. And then I also have that little yellow thing over there is just like seed pods off of a piece of fall greenery. Now here I still have a long pick left in the middle. I want to take that out to make it look a little more natural. And I'll take a piece of another greenery pick and use it to make a stand for this one. And then I do go back and add some hot glue to the bottom of that to keep it in place. So don't worry. All these little picks will have a little bit of hot glue to make sure that everything stays inside of the foam, because it's hard to resist touching something like this. So I know my kids are going to want to touch it and look at it, and I don't want anything to fall. Okay, this is how it looks so far. But I know I want to add some of those beautiful black-eyed Susans in there, so I'm just going to add a few of those. And I do add some here and there on the bottom as well, but you'll see that later I do take those off because I prefer something with a little more yellow. So I do end up taking those off. Now I've got some pieces of limbs or sticks, and the one that I just placed down, we want it to look like kind of like a dead tree or something there. And then these are the pieces from Dollar Tree. I'm just going to add those here and there. Kind of gives it a transition between the resin pieces and the foam and the moss. And then I'm going to make a pick for this. I'm just going to put the pick down first, and then there's a little hole right in the center, and I'll press it down on there and it'll stay in place because it's a little bit bigger than the pick that I chose to put it on. And then I'll go down right underneath this fence area and put a little piece here. You know, you just got to kind of get eye level down there and look at things and see where you think things might be, you know. Where, if it was your little garden, where would you plant those things? And that's kind of where I put it. So there's a piece right there by the fence. We're going to put something under here. Add some yellow there. And so now we have some yellow here and there all the way around. I hope you like this one. I'm also going to put the video below where I did another fairy in a clock box that turned out very, very nice. It's a light up. It has a light up feature in it. So if you like little fairies, you're going to love that one. And I'll be sure that I share that with you. So check out the description box for that. If you don't know about the crafting cruise getaway, you got to check out the information in the description box below, because I'm going to share it with you, and I really want you to check it out. The next project is a boho fan floral. Okay, so I thrifted this fan. Now, I've seen these before. These have been around probably since the 70s. I know this is not a new piece. This is something that's been around a while. Right? Okay, so I'm going to do something to this to give it more of a rustic look, because that's the kind of look I like. I'm just going to go into my antiquing wax with the chippy brush, and I'm going to dip into there. I'm going to offload some of that, and then I'm going to use this and brush it all over this fan. This is like I don't know if you would call it cane or what, but it's soft. Maybe straw. Maybe straw. Very, very lightweight. And I'm going to go all over it, just slowly building up the coverage. I have had it for a while now, thinking I might do something farmhouse with it, but I'm thinking something rustic fall would be nice. And it's definitely going to have more of it's still going to have that boho vibe. I think I'm going to be using some colors that I don't normally use in the fall. Still beautiful though. Okay, so if you get a little too much of that wax in one area, just take a towel and wipe it off. Look at that. That's all you have to do, because it's wax. And it takes a little while to dry. Yes. So we're going to put it upside down, because this is how we're going to hang it. And I'm going to take a little piece of foam. I will cut it into a smaller rectangle. And then I'll take a piece of floral wire. We're going to use it's going to be about 9 inches of it. It's how much I use here. And I'm going to cut that down, lay it where we want the greeny picks to be. And then I'm going to thread it through the back. Well, through the front into the back, and pull that piece up, and then go over the top of it and go right toward the bottom of it. Y'all, I'm getting notifications. It is my sister and niece and daughter. They're all excited about something. So if you hear that, just forgive them. We just have a real good relationship, and we get chatty sometimes. All right, so now that we have it on the back and we've wound it tight, we're going to cover it so it doesn't scratch our wall or our door, and I'm just going to use a little bit of glue and a piece of ribbon to hold that in place to keep our surfaces protected. Now we're ready for the fun part. Okay, so you're going to grab whatever type of greenery and florals you like, and I absolutely love this piece. There's some purple in here. I thrifted this, so I'm not entirely sure where it came from, but it's different. And, you know, I'm always encouraging y'all to think outside the box. So I'm going to have to take that lesson for myself, right? Just kind of get out there and try some different things. And I think that this kind of leans nicely toward Halloween if you like to have Halloween that, like the purples and greens and things like that for Halloween. So just a little idea if you like Halloween. I'm going to take that pick and put it right up in the bottom. There are about 4 leaves on each one of these little picks. And I'm going to cut them down into manageable lengths so they don't pierce all the way through and out the other side. And I'll just put these in the foam. Now add a little hot glue to the end of the pick before you put it in if you would like to do that to keep it in place. This will not be outside, but if you do decide to put something like this outside, you're going to need some Gorilla Glue for that. Y'all, I can tell school's back in. Whew. Okay, now we're going to continue along. I was going to use some hydrangeas that match, that had the purple and beige, but for some reason I was feeling like I needed something a little more wildflowery looking to get that boho cottagecore rustic look. So I decided to change over to these asters, and then I have a couple of other flowers too, and these all came from Dollar Tree. The other pick that I cut down with the yellow or the cream color flowers, it didn't have a label on it anymore, so I'm not entirely sure what those flowers are. But if you know what they are when you see me put them in, feel free to put it in the comments for those who need a little help trying to find their pieces at Dollar Tree. Okay, and y'all remember, it's very early in the season. As crafters, we have to put our things out so that you have a chance to see what you need to buy and what you want to do, so you can plan your decor for the season. That's why we do that so early. So, if you don't have these things in your store yet, go through your stash from last year. That's mainly what I'm using. So just get the stuff from last year and, give it a shot. Now, you could have stopped at that point if you like more of a minimal look, but I'm not going to stop at that point. So I'm going to add 2 more picks. So there are 2 picks in the top to the right and left, 2 picks to the bottom right and left, and 1 right in the center. Okay? When I put the flowers in here, I'm going to make sure that I have those asters twisted because those petals come in 2 layers. And if you twist them with your fingers, it will push those layers apart and give you a broader flower. It'll just look like a nicer flower. So if you decide that you want to add some more little pieces in here, but you don't want to put a huge piece because perhaps you only have 1 pick left and you have to divide it, or you have a smaller space, then you can just go ahead and wrap these up on the bottom with a piece of floral wire and make picks of 2. And trim it off, and be careful here with these wires too, because if you get a really thin gauge wire, you can poke your finger easily. So just be mindful. Watch those fingers. Okay, so I'll just do the same thing with the other one, make a little pick, and then with a little hot glue on the end, you can put them right in place. Easy little tip for you. Now, here's another point where you could stop, fluff out your arrangement and leave it at that. Or you can add some little flyaways. Now also, if you have a leaf that's flipped over and you just can't get it to pave, just add a little glue. That's all you have to do and it'll stay there. I'm going to pull some more of these little pieces out that look similar to what we used in the little village. I'm going to pull those out and add 3 of those in. 1 to the left, 1 to the right, and then 1 will be in the middle. And then that will fill out this little piece. And complete that project. Then you can just hang it by the loop on top. Y'all, I put out videos on Mondays and Thursdays at 6 p.m. I'd love to have you come see. It's free to subscribe. Alright, the next one is the floral frame flip. We're going to use some sheepskin chalk paint, some antiquing wax, chippy brush, a regular brush. Then we're going to use any type of a wall decor decal from Dollar Tree. I'm going to use a thrifted sign that I found. This one happens to have some beading on it and I think it's really pretty, but I want to make the wood darker. I am over all of the pale, colorless, light wood. I need something moody and rich and beautiful. So I'm going to change it. I love using antiquing wax for that, and there are also a variety of stains and wood tints that you can use. You can also use just a stain, or rather a paint that you water down. and use that as a stain. Certainly any of those things would work. Now all I'm doing here is just adding down a little bit of painter's tape to make sure that I don't get wax all over this part of the picture, because I will be putting some chalk paint on here and I don't want the wax to interfere with the bonding of the paint to the surface underneath. So I'm just going to take my little knife here and I am going to cut along those edges and get a nice crisp edge, and then I'll start adding this and layering this on. Okay, now I like to build up. I know I want a fuller coverage than I normally do, but I don't want anything dripping and making a huge mess. If I start off light, it is also easier and quicker to dry. So I'm just going to go over it and making sure that I get the beads or the half beads that are on the inside. That's a really pretty detail. So I'm going to go over those too, and then all along the inside edge and the outside edge as well. Really get this good and covered and then dried. Now I'm going to take off all of this edging here, and you can see that I did go over in a few spots. And this wax is still damp. It's not, completely dry yet, but you see how easy you can clean that up. This is just a baby wipe. It's not even an alcohol wipe. I'm using my fingernail to press down and go right in the edge there. It's not going to hurt the wax because I'm not touching the wax. And then after I've taken all the wax off, I am going to use my new tool. This is my Wagner heat tool, and this thing gets hot. I'm telling you right now, this thing is a booger. It will have something smoking. You got to keep it moving and hold it way back. All right, so once it's dry, I'm going to go in with my sheepskin paint, and I'm going to go all over my image on the inside. By the way, this is not a sponsored video. I just wanted to show y'all because I had asked about the, if anybody knew of a good one. And my husband went and picked one for me, and it happened to be the Wagner. So I am very satisfied with it so far. Yeah, so thank you for that, for those of you who recommended it. All right, so I'm going to grab the Be Thankful sign. Why? Because I am a very thankful girl. That's why. I'm very thankful for all of you who are taking the time to come to my channel and check out what I'm doing over here, and to give me some courage, to be who I am, and to keep me going. And I appreciate all the positivity. And if y'all noticed, I've tried to keep it very positive in the comments. I unfortunately had to delete a few things, but that's for all of our benefit. And that's going to happen. But, we don't have to respond when things get ugly, do we? No, we do not. We can just delete and move on. And that's what we're going to do. I'm going to focus my energy on positive things and on all of you who are here because you want to be here. So thank you for that. I'm thankful for you. So if you like a minimal look, go ahead and leave it just like that. If not, you can do some embellishment like I'm going to. So this is a pick that came from, I do believe, Michael's. I did not get it from Michael's, I thrifted it. Lucky me, right? I love these. The pick is a little different, and this is actually oak. I do believe this is oak leaf, which is different than what we usually get, which is maple leaf. So, I was glad to have something a little bit different, and I love the richness of the brown and the orange and the yellow in here. Very pretty. Now, I knew when I did this was not going to be a symmetrical look. I'm not going for that. I want to do something that's a little different because why? Because I want to make it my own, right? I'm going to use my staple gun, and I put these stems right in the tracks, and I'm going to just staple right across them. We're using antiquing wax as a color, and sometimes the glue does not want to stick to the antiquing wax. So the staples are going to help ensure that nothing slides out of its place. Okay, so I'm going to take the third pick, and this is where it's definitely going to be asymmetrical. I'm going to have more weight to start with off to the bottom left. I'm going to just push it through one of the staples that didn't go all the way through. You can add a little more glue to that. Then I'm going to add this one little random pick that I had. I'm not even sure, it just fell out of the rest of the picks that I thrifted, so we're just going to use it because I like it. right, then I'm going to take my little sunflowers and I'm going to, these are felt sunflowers and they came in a pack on clearance from Hobby Lobby last year. I'm going to add a little wood blocks to get them up off. I don't want to lay them flat down. I want them to be raised a little bit above the arrangement. So when I use these little blocks, that'll hold them up a little bit. They don't have stems, so we can't do it that way. And this works as an option to give you some elevation. So we'll have a total of 3 of these on the bottom. Just like that. Hold them in place, make sure nothing falls off, and then you can arrange your greenery around it or your leaves around it. I want to add some little flyaways in here. So, and by the way, flyaways, that term I got from Ramon at home. He uses that term, and I used to watch his channel all the time, but now I have a grandbaby, so I watch babies now. I'm going to add some hot glue and add these pieces in. Again, not symmetrical. I did not intend for it to be, but you can make yours that way if you'd like. Always fluffing bows and flowers and leaves, aren't I? Always. Okay, now I've decided that I want to add 2 more of these sunflowers, just 1 in each corner here, where it kind of overlaps onto the white because it seemed like a lot of empty space up there. Definitely, if you don't like this, you don't have to do it this way. I think it looks nice. We're going to flip this over and add a hanger on the back. And this is me just checking out where I need to put my hanger, y'all. Excuse that. I'm going to grab my wire, go right through there, and then I'll twist it. I'll go to the other side and twist it as well. And then we will have a hanger. Nice little hanger for the sign. And this is easy to do, but you can use whatever type of a hanger you want. And I'll use my glue, my little gun there, and take off all the little stickers on the back. The next is an acorn candy jar. This I found at dirt cheap, and I got it for $1, I think, but it originally came from Target. You can see it's a salvage piece, and it was originally $5. I'm only going to use this, not that stone. I did not use that. It was raining. And I'm going to use some satin paint in an heirloom white. I'll be using a real brown and a khaki for the acorn, for the top and bottom. But first off, we're going to take our plastic off. This is what it's going to look like. Clean it with alcohol so you get a good adhesion with your paint. And we're going to do the spray paint first so that it's easier for our latex or our acrylic paints to stick. This is 2 coats. I left them to dry. Oh, it's thundering outside, y'all. Okay, so once that's all done, then we can start putting our paint on there. So I'm going to use this brush and this color for the bottom, and the top is going to be this brown color. I'm going to put the brown in my paint tray, grab my little brush, and then start laying on the paint. And I know that y'all know how to paint, but again, I cannot stress enough, if you're doing something circular, either from the inside out or from the outside in, preferably from the inside out, because paint drips downward, right, with gravity. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and do that all over. I'll show you part of it. So if you do go across, like there's a bunch of little cracks and crevices where the layers of the acorn are, then just go back over it and brush it all downward. We're going to do this to the entire acorn, and I am going to put 2 layers of paint on the top, and I will do 2 layers on the bottom. Now the lip right there, we're going to leave that the white color because too much thickness there in your jar won't close, right? We'll use the khaki color on the bottom because an acorn is 2 different colors, and I think this matches pretty well. I'm going to use short strokes on here, up and down, in 2 layers, and it's almost going to give it the same look when you look at an acorn. It's going to give it like a woody type texture, in my opinion anyway. And this is going to be 2 coats as well, and then we're going to let it dry. thoroughly in between coats. So if you don't have an acorn like this, what can you do? Well, you could always get a candy jar from Dollar Tree. You get anything that looks like an acorn or a pumpkin and do the same technique, right? Okay, so once it's dried, it's going to look like this. See all those little, almost streakiness, but the little up and down marks? Yep, I think that looks nice. Here's the top, nice and dark. If you would like to dry brush on this, you can, but I decided to leave it off this time for those of you who don't like that. I've got some scraps of wood. I always pick up stuff and save candle tops. It's just, I have a little hoard of things that I keep. But hey, it works out because I use them in the projects. I'm just going to find a way to kind of stack these on top of one another to give them a bit of a rise and to give them a little bit of a more expensive look. I'm going to actually add wood to it. I'm not going to change the color of the wood. I'm not painting over. I'm just going to use what we have. Then I'll put the darker one on the bottom. And this is going to give us a slight pedestal. Now you can use these from Dollar Tree and paint over those. They're about the same size if you want to do that. And it will look like this. And give you a look at that. So if you want to stop here, you can certainly stop right here and you have a jar. Or you can take a candle holder from Dollar Tree, paint that the same color as either the bottom of the acorn or the top, and then it will look like this. Of course, it'll be painted. I want that top to be a little more sufficient so I can pull it on and off. So I'm just going to use this little thrift piece, just little, almost looks like a vase when you turn it upside down, or a flower pot. I'm going to take a little bit of this stain. This is just some wood tint. I love it because it doesn't have any smell and it doesn't stain your hands. I'm going to use a baby wipe to put that on, and I'm going to brush that all over there because this is going to be part of what we're going to use to open the top. It's just going to be like the base of it. You want to be sure that it is dried completely. Then I'm going to add some hot glue and I'll sit it right on top of that. Now to cover the hole in the top, you can use, well, I'll show you in just a minute what you can use. Let's put the leaves on first. Shall we? Shall we put the leaves on since that's the order we're going in? Let's do that. So these are just 2 pieces of leaves and I put them together. I am going to use a little chess piece or checker piece, put it on top because I think it looks better than the flat piece. And then we'll add another leaf on the other side. Now, that's almost complete. I think we probably need to add one more thing to it. How about some banana saltwater taffy? Absolutely the best saltwater taffy in the entire universe. Think all of these. Just one.
The first project is a hanging tin floral. So I thrifted this little tin bit from Goodwill, and I'm just going to take my newfound sanding block from Dollar Tree. I've not seen these, so they're not in my area anyway, but this works really well, really well, and I'm not busting up my fingernails while I'm doing it. So I was unable to remove this label, and I didn't want to take the time to soak it off, overnight. I needed to get this done. So I decided to sand it down, especially around the edges, to make it nice and smooth. So now that everything feels like it's nice and flat, don't worry, we will be disguising this with paint. We're going to clean it off. I'm just using a baby wipe, and then I'll dry it off. Then we're going to take it and spray paint it with 2 coats of that olive green. Now we're going to have a brown and a green here. I do change that green to a different shade. All right, so I'm going to take this bath sponge from Dollar Tree, tear it up. You don't want any square edges, okay? No square edges. And I'm going to start dipping into that brown, this true brown, and I'll start stippling this all over. And I'm just going to turn that sponge to give it different, I don't want there to be a discernible pattern, so I'm just going to turn it in different directions, press down harder in some spaces and a little lighter in others. Idea is to make this look like it is aged and it's been sitting out somewhere in somebody's lovely little happy garden, where of course there are sunflowers growing. And we are changing from summer to fall, okay? So now we got it looking nice and rusty. We're going to add layers onto this. The spray paint had a satin finish, and I really want to cover up the shine. So we're going to do that in a few steps. Take whatever green that you like. This looks like a nice green to me. It's got that warm coloring in it, and it looks like moss. So I'm just going to tap this all over. And I'm using a smaller section of the sponge to do that. I didn't wash out the sponge because we're going to be using the brown again as we layer on the texture from the paint. Now I'm just going to dot this on. I'm going to go around and make sure that all the little areas on the handle and in the corners on the backside are covered. And we're going to let that dry. Looks a little loud right now, but don't worry. We're going to go back over it with a little more brown. Now there's barely any brown in here. I'm just getting small amounts of brown, and I'm going to tap that over, and I'm looking for the places where I still have a little shine left, and I'll just dot that around. You can use, if you're trying to get like a specific corner or around the edges, just take one finger and press that down, and it will go a little bit darker into those areas. Be sure you get your handle too. They do have something on a smaller scale at Dollar Tree I saw recently. It is much smaller, but it is tin and it is thinner as well. But you get the idea, and you could certainly use the same technique. I'm going to use a little bit of cool temp hot glue and drop down some floral foam in the bottom to hold our floral arrangement together. Now this is going to be a super easy floral arrangement with all of our greenery coming from Dollar Tree. So we've got some beautiful eucalyptus. We've got that little pick over there on the side that is just stunning. I cannot believe it came from Dollar Tree. And then we're also going to use some mums from Dollar Tree. Now, so these are, when you get them from Dollar Tree, they're usually all pushed together. Divide those up, kind of pull the picks out a little bit and slide those pieces of leaves down your stem so that they look even. It's going to give you a more of a high-end look. We're just going to put the whole entire pick in the back center. Very easy to do. Now these are the mums that have the little bit of like meshy or burlappy kind of, kind of texture in them. And so we're going to add those in, the entire pick. And we're going to do it sort of off to the right a little bit, but don't be too obsessed with where you put it right now, because things can be moved. They're on wires and you can bend them. Then I'm going to grab another same one, and I'm going to press that down. I'm trying to make sure that the taller ones, because there's usually one taller, in the picks that you get from Dollar Tree, I'm trying to arrange those so that they are pushed toward the center, so that the arrangement is higher in the center. So that's what you see me doing here. You see how that goes? It's kind of graduated from the back down to the front. I'm going to grab this pick now and just pull it apart. You can see me down there in the right bottom corner. And then I'm going to place it down, rather pushing the stem back into the gap between the two floral bundles. And then I'm going to move those around a bit, kind of thread my little flowers through there, and then decide if I need a little more fullness at this point. And you could leave it like this, but I think I want one more pick off to the right. So I'm going to bend and turn those a little flick on the bottom to make them kind of go outward instead of straight up. I'll take that third pick. So far we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks in here. And what a pretty arrangement that makes. Very simple, very wild, cottagey looking. So grab your ribbon. Here's my little hoard of fall ribbon. Choose the one that you like and that coordinates with the colors you have. And this one I believe I got at the thrift store. Look at this, y'all. Have y'all ever seen one of these? I know some of you have, because some of you sew. And this goes way back, I do believe. I love it though. It's better than a pincushion. It's just wound up paper. I love it. So I am going to make a little bow for this. I'm going to flip this over on itself. This is about 6 inches. So that's 1, 2, 3 times so far. And I want to leave a bit for a tail. So we're going to have 5 loops, 3 on one side and 2 on the other. And then I'm going to cut the remainder off to make some little tails. Okay, this is wired ribbon, so it's going to fold and stay together nicely. I've just chosen a little thin gold ribbon here. Not even entirely sure where this came from. And then I'm going to fold it to make sure that my loops are the same, just giving me an idea of my placement. Then I will grab that center, flip it over, and then start bunching up the fabric from the bow. Get that ribbon in there and just pull it, make sure that I'm still in my center, and pull it tight in the middle. It's going to sort of pleat it in the middle, but don't be too concerned about that because you're not going to see the back of your bow, right? So a couple of knots is going to keep that locked in place. Then you can pull your little loops out. Obviously, if you use more than 6-inch folds, then you're going to have a bigger bow. If you use less, you're going to have a smaller bow. Smaller bows are a little more difficult to handle if you have vision problems and if you have problems with your dexterity. So if your hands are weak or you have arthritis, it's a little more to worry with when you get down to smaller size bows with all the fluffing. Okay, so all the little tail pieces I'm going to cut in a dovetail, and then the little extra pieces that are in the inside of the bow, we're going to pull those out and we'll give those a little dovetail too, because you can show those in your bow when you get it, on your piece. You can flip those around and you can have those showing too, and it gives you a little more fullness. And then it's not the same bow that everybody else has, right? We want something unique and something that brings us joy in our home. All right, so I'm going to use a pick. This is like I don't know, it's just a dowel. It's a thin dowel that I thrifted, and I had a bunch of them all in a rubber band. And these work really well for putting things in florals. So I'm just going to add some hot glue, and then I'm going to tie a very tight knot over the hot glue. Is really going to lock that bow in place. You could always glue to the metal, but if you use hot glue on metal, it could pop off. And I'm just going to say that most people don't have E6000 sitting around or the time to wait for it to dry. So we're going to use hot glue for this and this method. Now, once that glue is dry, because we don't want to make a mess, we'll be using it in here. You're going to trim off as much as you need so that it will sit down in your little bucket. Obviously, if you use the Dollar Tree one, it's going to be a smaller bucket, so make your little stem a little bit shorter. And then flip those tails, all those little tail pieces out. And you can trim them down if you need to, and fluff out the pieces of your bow. This has 5 loops in it. I think the look of this is super cute. If you don't like the bow, you can certainly leave it out, but it gives it a little extra some, I don't know, like festivity, I think. It really says that you are welcoming fall, from summer into fall. Yeah, I think it turned out pretty good. What do you think? Think of all the options for colors that you can use in Dollar Tree. They really have got some beautiful florals. I just really hope that your stores have the florals that my stores have. But if not, substitute where you need to. Grab those scraps from last year. The next is going to be cream and sugar pots. Now, if you happen to have these sitting around the house when you were in your farmhouse days, you can use those now and flip them and use them for something else. So these were in the donation pile, but I decided to get these out because what do they look like to you? They look like pumpkins. Let's see what we can do with these. We're going to try 2 different finishes on. Because they are shiny, we're going to be sealing those first with a matte sealer, and then we'll be putting our chalk paint on top of that. So I gave them 1 good coat, let them dry thoroughly, including the little lid. Then we're going to use the pumpkin chalk paint. It is orange and it is matte. And I will start off with the lid just to show you how simple this process is. Y'all know how to paint, and we're going to do this. When you are painting something that is circular, if you go from the inside outward in even strokes, it's going to give you a better look. You don't want to see strokes going side to side and just willy-nilly all over the place. It's going to leave gaps in your paint and your coverage, and you don't want that. Go around the lip of that as well so that everything has some coverage. This little pot and the lid are going to get 2 coats each, as well as the creamer. Alright, we're going to grab that school glue because it is on sale right now, super cheap with school starting back soon. We're going to get some sheepskin chalk paint, use whatever color that you like. I flipped that around so I wouldn't mistake my 2 different whites there. I'm going to add some school glue all over the top of this lid, and we're going to do some crackle paint. Now look at my little thrifted brush, just hair falling all out of it. It's time for new brushes, y'all. Any companies watching, I'd love to have some new brushes. All right, so we're going to go around and do the top and do the sides. We're not going to give it a chance to dry. We're going to dip into the other chalk paint, and we're going to put that all over here. You do not want to run that chalk paint back and forth. You want to give it 1 swipe and only go and add a little bit of extra where you don't have paint. You don't want to have a mess on here. Okay, we're going to leave it like that, and we're going to start adding heat. This is the second time I have had a heat tool to croak on me. So I am in the need for a new one. Does anybody have one they can recommend? This is Arteza, and I've used them for years, but I'm looking for something a little more heavy duty. So anybody have any suggestions? I would really appreciate it if you could drop that in the comments. So I'm going to continue to add heat here, and it is going to begin to crackle. Look at that. I like it. The process of crackle painting is fun. To me, in my opinion, it is fun. I really, really enjoy it. Now I'm taking the hairs out of the thing. Look at that. Isn't that terrible? But I'm going to use it to death before I throw it away, because that's how I am about stuff. It has really got to be on its last leg for me to trash it. Okay. Maybe it needs a haircut. Alright, so we're going to go around all the nooks and crannies and all over that pumpkin with an even layer of the paint. The thicker the paint, the bigger the crackle. So I'm not having like huge amounts of big plaques of crackling paint. I just want to make this nice and even. And this is going to be a very special little pot. It is really going to have some stuff going on. I'm going to start off by just using my chippy brush and going into that paint and going over each of the little ribs in that pumpkin, or each of the sections. I believe the ribs are the gaps in between. Am I right? I had a lot of subscribers tell me that they were ribs in a pumpkin, so thank you very much for that, because I could not find that word. Now on the bottom I'm not as concerned, so I'm just going to kind of stipple that paint on and go over the bottom as well. And then you see I'm trying not to go back over any place I've already laid paint down. Right? I'm going to go, just going to touch over the top. What you see me doing is just touching over the top. Then I will swipe some down each of those little depressed areas until, and I'm working quickly, but this is in fast speed, in case y'all were wondering. I'm working quickly because I want to get that heat on there to get that crackle started. Now I'm just going and touching it along. If you want to leave orange gaps, you can certainly do that, and in the process we will have some orange showing through, and I am pleased with that. I'm totally fine with it. So this is the coverage we have, and I am going to start adding that heat and drying it. You can most definitely use a hair dryer here if that's what you would like to use. That works too. I'm going to keep on and make sure that you get all over it. You want to get all over the individual little pieces. You want to get all in the details of the beading on the top and bottom. Look at the crackle. This is so fun to me. And I have to say, I wasn't into crackle when it was popular back in the, what was it, the 80s? But it's really an enjoyable process, and it gives you such a unique look. So for those of you who saw the sunflower tray and really loved it, you may enjoy these. But again, you know, make it your own, however you like it. So let's age this baby. We're going to take some of that antiquing wax and I just have a little narrow foam brush here. Got my paper towel on the side. And down in the ribs where it goes down, I am going to take some of that and go right down in there. Now, I've never done this particular technique before, so I'm not exactly sure how I feel about it until I get to the end. I was really thinking, oh, you've messed this one up. You're going to have to scrap this and start over. But I make it work. Nope, I don't give up. No piece left behind. So now I'm going to get that paper towel, and it is dry, and I'm just going to start going over those spaces. And I'm thinking, this is not spreading like I want it to. It is clinging to the chalk paint, and it is not spreading like I want it. But I keep trying. We persevere. I'm going. So I'm going to grab that brush, and it barely has anything left, and I'm going to go over the lighter sections to try to get it kind of blended. Get the paper towel. Okay, now this is looking better. I'm liking this better. Yep, I like that better now. But let's grab a baby wipe or a little wet face wipe, and then go over the entire thing. Any place that it's a little bit heavier, kind of lightly go over that, and it's going to let some of the orange from underneath show through as well. But to me, that just adds to the unique aged look of this, and I'm happy with the finish. Oh yeah, that is, look at that, y'all. I like that. And if you don't like it, you don't have to tell me. I figure if you don't comment on it, you probably don't like it, so you don't have to tell me. All right, so chippy brush into the brown. We're using a different technique on this one. She just has 2 layers of the paint on her. Then I'm going to go in the cracks, and I'm going to go over all of the little beaded section. And inside the lip, I'm also going to go all the way around the detail that is in that handle. Now, you might not have the exact same things that I have, but you can certainly find a jar at Dollar Tree, something that you can do this yourself. You know, some way that you can do this yourself. Go over that using that damp wipe, and I'm just going to blend that out and all around the edges too. So there's a different technique if you don't like the chalk paint. Well, the crackle paint, I mean. Need some more coffee, ladies and gents. Okay, so once they are thoroughly dry, we're going to go back in and make some little arrangements. So I've got some leftovers from last year, a little bit of leftover foam. I've got some leftover moss. We're going to put a little glue in the bottom, put the foam down, let it dry. Now on the top of this, I'm going to use tacky glue because I don't want to completely disintegrate my foam. So just adding that tacky glue, and then we'll put that moss right down inside of that. You can use the brown moss too at Dollar Tree if you would like to do that. But I kind of want to give the feeling of summer into fall. So that's why I use the green. And you're not going to see that much of it anyway. So I'm going to cut these little picks down. I do think that these were from Walmart. If you watched last year, you probably remember that. So I think it was from some stuff that was donated to me, but they had a Walmart label on them. And they were already cut down. I'm going to add some picks here and there. I've got my pumpkin in place. So it's nested in there. You can press the leaf to the back so you can see the lip if you really want it to look like the little creamer pitcher. I just feel like that pumpkin is too big, even though I love the shape. So I'm going to replace that with a little pumpkin from Dollar Tree. I'm going to add just a bit of cool temp glue, put that in at a slant, and then push that down in there. I like the look of that. Just for a little extra pizzazz, I'm going to add some scraps of these greenery pieces that I have from Dollar Tree that I've already been using this year. That's cute. That would be so cute on a desk or as a little pick-me-up gift. You could give this to someone with a card, you know, a little get well or anything. Oh, this one. So many ideas. So many ideas. We shall start off with some glue and some foam. Press that in. It's just a little scrap of foam. Give it a chance to set up. Then I'm going to take some of the same eucalyptus from Dollar Tree. See how I have all the little sections spread apart? Then I'm going to add a couple of different heights in here. If you just want to add greenery to the top, you could just, you know, save your little money, put your greenery in there. Now you have a little potted plant. But you know I'm going to do more. Look at the wildflowers that I got at Dollar Tree. I've got to go buy more of these. I'm very pleased with these. Oh, the quality, they are beautiful too. Love that muted color. I'm going to add this down in here, and look how pretty that looks with that green. Really nice. And it kind of echoes the color that's in the pot, which really makes it come together in my opinion. So I'm only using one pick of these, and I'm going to cut them into little sections, and I think once you cut them all off, there are 5 little stems. And each stem has, you know, several little flowers at varied heights. You want to ideally put your tallest ones toward the center, but make it your own. No matter what you do, make it your own, and it will be perfect. So this is how it looks. We did all the work on that lid, so we're going to add that lid back. Don't worry. Now I've got some trim here. You can grab some trim from Dollar Tree. I cut it in 3 sections. It's about a foot long. I'm going to wrap it around the florals right at the top of the jar, and I'll show you that in just a moment. And I'm going to add some hot glue just to help hold it down so it doesn't sort of float above it. This is also going to give the arrangement a little more stability. I'm cutting it at slant here. It's going to give it a little more stability because sometimes the foam, especially that type of foam, since it's not really made for dry arrangements, it will pop out. So to keep it in place, this is going to be our little helping hand. And it looks cute, I think. We're going to take another one of those picks. I'm going to measure how far down I want to put it into the arrangement, and it will fit perfectly in here. I'll cut it down. Going to add some hot glue or some cool glue and the foam. Then I'll put the stick down, give it a little room to breathe, off to the side, and place that lid right back on there. Look at that! Oh, I hope y'all like this one. Such a simple little thing to do. And the best thing is, you know, you might possibly still have supplies from last year that you can use. Now we're going to do a raw wood sign. All right, I'm going to use a brush. This is for my Mod Podge. I'm going to use matte, just my choice. I have a little squeegee and a calendar that I found at Goodwill. What a beautiful calendar. Look at these pictures. Oh, that owl. This is the one we're going to use, okay? I'm going to carefully tear that out. This is some piece of wood that I have finished in another project, and we're going to use it again. And believe it or not, the wood came from Goodwill. I've got 2 different pieces. Now, when I say Goodwill, I mean the Goodwill bins. It's not it doesn't have like price stickers and things that you have to go buy. There's no shelves and anything set up fancy. No, not at this one. This is the bins. You got to dig for your treasures, right? I'm going to take a little bit of this mist. It's alcohol. And then a little finger dauber, and use that technique that Trish and Kay use over on their channel, Crafting Cousins. All right, so I'm going to color my edges. I tore the paper first like they do, and I am coloring my edges just tapping in there and making them darker. Now, if you don't have like alcohol spray, you can also use the antiquing wax to do this, certainly. And this is going to give it like a dark edge. I decided, since it didn't look centered and I accidentally tore a little too much, that I will make this more of a round picture and put everything in the center. Got these little Dollar Tree pieces, and I got those last year. I'm going to add some of this Mod Podge onto the board, and then I will spread it out, mainly off to the side, because this is where I want that beautiful print to be. Off on the side. And then we'll cover the whole thing, so the finish is the same all over. So I'm going to press this down in place. We're going to do a little something extra on the side. I'm going to add some of that Mod Podge to my edges. I did not have to squeegee this down. It laid down flat. But if you need to squeegee, put it down and then make sure everything is nice and flat. Okay, then we're going to cover the entire board and let it dry. I also went into the raw edge and put some Mod Podge on there, and it's not quite dry yet. That's why you see the white. That's just to keep it from falling apart. Some of this beautiful mesh ribbon and some green ribbon from Hobby Lobby last year on clearance. Then I'm going to use a furniture repair marker and go all the way over my sign. I love to color. I don't make time to do it like I used to because I craft, so I still get that little artistry out in my crafts. But I love to do this. And some people enjoy watching people paint and to color, so I put this in for y'all. Enjoy, and you're welcome. Alright, I used maple for this. Has sort of an orangey tone to it, so I just used that color for the pumpkins. Then we're going to cut down that mesh. Flip that over. And instead of gluing, I'm going to use my short staples here. Excuse the blurriness when I staple. Okay, and then it's going to be even more secure once we put down this ribbon. We're going to layer this on top. They are two different sizes, so they make a nice look because you can still see the back. Then we're going to do both of these staple down. It's going to stay in place forever. Well, maybe not forever, but you know, for a long time. These came from Dollar Tree. I think I've had these forever. We're going to add this and just add, as a little embellishment underneath the Hello Fall. I think it sets it off. It gives it some dimension. And I just enjoy it like this. So I'm going to go over it with my glue and glue it down. And the good thing is this leaf has burlap over the top, so that glue is going to go through it, and that is going to be a nice solid adhesion. Yeah, I had to turn it just a tad to the side because it wasn't even, while the glue is not dry yet. And this is the result of that. See up there, the Mod Podge is still a little bit wet, but it'll dry. We're having a crafting cruise the 24th through the 29th of 2020, and I would love to meet you there. All right, now we got a wood round board. This is from Dollar Tree last year, a little leather tag. These came from Temu this year. And then I thrifted this piece. This is like a little cutting board or a breadboard or whatever you want to call it. I just got that, put my mat underneath there so you could see it against, my wood table. It was kind of a blending together. I'm going to start always by cleaning and sanding. I like to give my surfaces, especially these boards, a rounded edge, so I'm being sure that I do that. Don't want anything that could cut anybody's fingers or that could leave any type of a splinter. So once it's clean, we're going to wipe it off really well and get all that dust off. And then I will put my cling on here. I believe this is a wall cling. But you can certainly use any cling that you like, wherever you get it from. I love this. It looks very, again, muted. And it's just such a pretty look on this round board. Now I'm going to grab my little Cricut squeegee and go all over this to make sure there are no bubbles, wrinkles, or lifted areas. You can see here that it blends in pretty well. If you look at the lighting though, it's going to look you can kind of see your edges. I'm going to seal this in because I want this to be permanent. When you put the Mod Podge on, you are going to be able to see your edges even more so. I don't know what it is about it when you put it on there, but you can see the division. But you can with professional things as well. Things that you get at retail stores, at craft stores, you can see theirs too. So if you like it, doesn't bother you, leave it alone. It looks offset anyway, so I think it's pretty. But I'm going to show you how you can blend that out if you don't like it. Of course, there's the option of fussy cutting all around, but I don't have time for that, and I'm sure you don't either. So I'm going to grab my finger dauber, and I'm going to grab my wax, and I'll go all around the edges. So where I'm going is right outside of the print and on the edges where it is on the board. Now you got to make sure that the Mod Podge is completely dry, of course. And then I'll take my finger or a paper towel. You know, I'm messy when I craft, so I don't mind you see my hands. I don't mind that. It doesn't bother me at all. We're going to tap that all around and just, rub that in with a towel or your finger or soft cloth. And then for a little extra dimension, I'm going to sort of outline it by using that dauber and going all the way around the outside edge of the beautiful board. And even though it says matte finish, it does have a slight sheen, but it's beautiful. It's such a pretty piece and so simple to make, y'all. So I'm going to take this little piece, and y'all don't tug too tight. You see how easy that I broke that? The faux leather? Be careful when you tie your knot on the back. So I'm going to do a double knot in the back and then trim off the excess. Y'all know how to tie. Then I'm going to add some hot glue just under it, press it back down into there until it dries. And then when you lift it up, it'll look like this. I want to embellish this because what if we wanted to give this as a gift? Take some scrap flowers, add one up here, and then I'm going to fluff it out a bit. Of course, want to make it look pretty, not like it's been in a box for a year. And then some eucalyptus from Dollar Tree. Just one little pick. I'm going to put that in the back. I didn't even glue those down so they can be easily removed. A little dot of glue behind it will keep your blessed sign in place. And then I'm going to take some strong real leather ribbon that I have, and I thrifted this, and I'm going to tie it in a knot. This knot is going to be bigger than the hole that is in the top of the board. So I'm going to use that as part of the design element. We'll push that right through the back and then pull that knot in place. You can see the pretty knot. You flip it over, add a little hot glue, and this is going to hold it in place. Be sure you let that dry. And then once it's dry, make sure everything is presentable and beautiful. And this is how she'll look.
The first project will be a hello wreath. So we're going to start off with some beautiful ribbon from Dollar Tree. If y'all have been in there, y'all have seen these gorgeous, gorgeous colors. I'm loving the blue that they have added. Love it very much. So we're going to use it for sure. So I've got 3 different colors. They're all wired. This little hello sign came from the crafter square. We're going to use about 2.5 rolls of this deco mesh. It's the cream color with the gold in it. choose whatever color you like. I'm going to use some pipe cleaners that sort of match my deco mesh, and then a 14-inch wreath from Dollar Tree. Almost everything in this wreath is going to be from Dollar Tree. Okay, so we're going to go to the outside. I was having an issue here getting this. I don't know what I was thinking, but you know how it is. Okay, so you just go to the outside, and I'm going just as a measurement by the crossbar there, and I'm going to wrap it just a few times. See, those are the outside two, and then I'll go to the inside two right in the middle of the crossbar sections and give that a twist for my next section. Then I'm going to go on the other side of that crossbar. Again, same process, we're just going to do it over and over. I'm going to wrap it around here. I don't want it to move much, so I'm trying to do it where it will stay kind of snug. I don't like my pipe cleaner sliding up and down, so it just makes it easier for me. If you want to do it that way, you can certainly do it. Okay, so we're going to do the same process, in, out, until it is completely full, and you will have 12 pipe cleaners, 6 on the inside, 6 on the outside. Now, let's work on that deco mesh. I am going to take these in sections. We're using 18-inch sections, and hopefully your rotary blade is sharper than mine. I have used it to death, and it is time for a new blade. I am going to do 24 of these little rolls, 24 now. So I'm going to just use that to hold my end, and we're going to make some cruffles or woodland ruffles. I've heard them called a million things. I'm not claiming this is my technique. Somebody else did this, and I've seen it done before. So if that bothers you, I don't know who to give credit to. I don't know, but that's what we're going to do. We're going to roll that up on each end and squish it up in the middle. This is really not hard to do, y'all. You're going to roll it. It's about the diameter of a quarter. Then I'm going to walk my little fingers down it to the last few inches, and thankfully it tries to roll on itself. So that'll help you out there. But you can use a clip on the side if you need to. Once you get 2 of those ready, you're going to cross one over the other like an X and put it right down onto a section of your pipe cleaners. And you can start anywhere you want to on the wreath. You don't have to do it on the outside. This is close to me, so I decided to put it down here. Look how pretty and fluffy that is. And believe me, this type of a technique makes a bigger coverage for your wreath if you're using less. And I'm trying to show you how to do this from Dollar Tree because I want this to be budget friendly for you, okay? And when you do it this way, you have a little less fraying, which makes it very nice, in my opinion. You're going to lock in those little loose edges. Sometimes the outer edges will come out, so you just pull that off. If you see 1 or 2 that are coming off, just pull it out of there, not a problem. Okay, so now we have our next section, and we're just going to cross it over like an X. And look at that cute little bundle of ruffly bow. Very cute. Push it down in there, twist it in tight. So you can see how much coverage it's going to give already. Now let's go all the way around using the same process, and here is what it's going to look like. I'm going to go in and just sort of arrange a little bit to make sure that all the sections are covering the wire underneath, and I'm going to pull out my pipe cleaners so they're easier to find when we put the bow stacks or the ribbon stacks on top. It's just going to make it an easier process, and you can see I pulled a edge out of there, pulled another one out. Okay, so I'm going to take this hello sign. I'm going to give it a little sanding because they are, they're unfinished. So they need a little work, and I don't want any more splinters than I already have in my poor fingers. Wipe the dust away. And then this is just a dry rag that I'm using. And then we're going to fill in the hole by putting a little bit of tape on the back. And then on the front, I'll fill it in with some of this lightweight spackling that I got from Dollar Tree. I've had couple of little containers of this, and if you put the lid on right, it'll last you forever. This is the only thing I use it for. After I've packed it in that hole, I'm going to just scrape it off to make it level and then add a little bit of heat to help it dry. We're going to cut our ribbon sections down in 9-inch pieces. If you do more, it's going to get kind of floppy, and we don't want it to be floppy. So that's why I chose 9 inches for this. So we're going to do 9 inches of the blue, of the orange, and of the plaid. all are going to be the same size, and we are going to be dovetailing. Very easy here, very easy. Okay, that's what we call a dove, D-O-V-E tail, dovetail. Every one of them, make sure you get it right. I want to be sure that for those of you who are new, and I do have some people who are just now starting to craft, so if you're baby crafters, and I don't mean to insult that way, it just, young, means young. If you're a new or young crafter, this is how you're going to be able to do it. I'm going to stack those up, whichever pattern you like. Generally, I like to have a solid color in the middle of my prints, but you can do this any way that looks good to you. I'll bunch them up in the middle. I'm going to pull my wreath back over. And then, as we did before, just any section you like, go ahead and get started. Now, it's easier for me if I continue around in a clockwise fashion, because then I know I'm not missing any sections where the pipe cleaners are. So I did the outside first, and I know my next section is going to be toward the inside, and I've already fished out all of my little tails here, or all of my little pipe cleaners, so I should be able to easily get the next layer down in place. Look how pretty that is. And all the little wired ribbons just stand out on their own nicely. You give it a lot of bulk. So I know a lot of people don't like deco mesh, but if you're using it just as a base, you can really work around it and cover most of it up, if you don't like it. But there are some benefits of the deco mesh, In my opinion, I do use it, but I just don't go crazy and do an entire wreath of deco mesh, because that's just, that's not my style. But that doesn't mean that that might not be something that you like. And certainly take the ideas you get here on my channel and then make it your own. Okay, so you can see here, this is the third one. I'm doing this and taking my time here so that everybody can clearly see what I am doing. I don't want to leave anybody behind in our crafting journey. Okay, so we did the outside, the inside, and now we're back on the outside again. The fluffing part is just something I like to do, but you can certainly wait until later because you're going to be moving this around a little bit. You can wait until later to fluff if you want to. All right, look how beautiful this wreath is just on its own. Beautiful. I love that navy blue with the orange and cream. That is so pretty to me. Possibly if you wanted to, you could use this at the end of summer going into fall, and it would just, I love this. Love it, love it, love it. Now once that sign is dry, I'm going to take some of this beautiful foliage paint and I'm going to add it over my letters. I'm using a small brush and just going over this whole thing. Did y'all hear we now have channel memberships available on this channel? Absolutely, and there are so many benefits. If you hit the join button below, you can learn more. Thanks. Continue along with that brush all the way around. I'm just doing the top. I'm not doing the bottom section. Or the in-between little sections. I'm not trying to cover that. I like that it has that dark brown. It just kind of makes it pop to me. So I'm going to leave it that way. You can, what you didn't see is the chalk paint. Sheepskin is the color that I used. You can also use a spray paint in something like heirloom white. That would be really, really pretty too. It's just a creamier color rather than a stark white. So you can see here, I'm taking my time, I'm making sure I get good coverage, and I did go over this twice. I let it dry and then did it twice. Look at the beautifulness. Love it. Now look at these little kitties that I found at Dollar Tree. And I'm going to be using these furniture repair markers, oak, maple, and cherry. And I'm going to use that to paint, if you will, some of these cute little, I don't know, appliques, I guess you could call them. So I'm going to do several of them. I'm going to use a couple of different colors and, kind of give them a little bit of depth. I'm going to make them a variety of different colors, like you would see out in the woods. So once they're completely dry, because I don't want to mess up my cream colored finish here, I'm going to look around and see where I'd like my pieces to go. So where you see me put them before the glue is just an idea for you as to where you want to put yours. Now, what if you can't find these? You can use stickers, definitely. You could draw something on here. You could paint something on here. You could use any of the appliques. You can find the little, I think they're like 6 packs or maybe 3 packs of leaves over in the Crafter Square section. And you could use those. Just a couple of ideas of what you might could use. These were so cute, and I love the idea of it. And y'all know I like my deep earthy tone colors, so these just really did it for me. I really thought it was a cute look. Again, this is another point where you could stop if you would like. Some people think I'm doing too much, but that's what gives me joy. So that's how I do mine. And you can do yours any way that you like. So in the same package, they have some of these little berry stems. I'm going to leave those just natural colored. I'm not even going to paint those. I'm going to leave them natural because they're cute either way. And I think that'll give us a little more difference in our brown colors. So the scraps we had left over from our ribbon, we had just enough ribbon to give us a couple of inches of scraps on the rolls. So this one had a little more than the other two did. I'm going to try to make a little bow out of this. I'm cutting this at a dovetail, but at a very slight angle compared to the bows or the ribbon tails that we put on the wreath. I hope that made sense. Okay, so I'm going to cut each one, and I want them to be where when I stack one on top of the other, that you can still see the beautiful colors and patterns of each one. So the longest one will be on the bottom, and then the next one will be in the middle, and then the shortest one's going to be on top. You can see what I'm doing here. And you see how I've got them stacked down there? I'm going to grab those, squish them up in the middle, grab a little scrap piece of jute, and then I'm just going to tie that right in the center. I'm going to bunch it up and make it look almost like a little bow tie, if bow ties were stacked. Right? Yes. Okay, so I'm going to trim off this because we're not going to tie this on. We're actually going to use some hot glue. It's very lightweight, and we shouldn't have a problem with the hot glue working here. I'll put it right up top in the, almost in the middle. You know, I get a little cray-cray, but almost in the middle. And then I'm going to just put a little dot of glue and smear it around because this is so narrow, and just kind of smear it with the end of the gun to make it stick down, to give it enough coverage, but I don't want bubbles of glue sticking out. You know what I mean? We want to keep it neat and high-end looking, right? We don't ever want our projects to scream Dollar Tree. Not that there's anything wrong with Dollar Tree, but you know, you always want to achieve a high-end look, something that's a little different. So I think we accomplish it with this. Now I just decided at the end to go ahead and add one of these in the middle of my bow. So I pulled out a little, it's 2 acorns together, and I'm just going to color those with 2 different color of those furniture repair markers. And then I'll hot glue that right in the middle of that little bow. So we have to have a way to attach it. And I'm not for using hot glue to attach it. It's just messy, messy, messy. So we're going to use pipe cleaners that we're going to thread down into the wreath. A little hot glue, a little piece of paper, let it cool, and then you can bend these up like a hairpin. Okay? Now, there's the back. Here's the front. I'm going to lay it down, and then I'm going to feed the top through the deco mesh and through the wreath form, and then twist it. I'm not going to bury it in there. I want it to look like it is floating. I want it to be on the outside, right? So I'm not going to pull it too tight, just enough where it's nestled down in all the beautiful little bundles of ribbon. And then when you hang it up, you can simply hang it right off of the form, right off the wire wreath form. How about that? You can watch my videos on Mondays and Thursdays at 6. Subscribe for free, and I'll see you in the comments. Our next project is going to be a harvest planner. This is a big one, y'all. We're going to need floral foam. We're going to need 3 of these planks that are the same size as the panel plank that you see down there. Only had 2, so we're going to use an Easter sign for the other. We're going to need a trellis from Dollar Tree. I'll be using some cutting tools and a metal ruler. We're going to take the hangers off and the tags off because we are not going to be needing those for this project. We're going to turn these signs into a box. That's right, a planter box. So I'm going to cut these at 18 inches. I'm going to measure down from the end and make 2 marks on each of these planks. And it's actually going to be all 3 of them because I have to cut the other one to make as the bottom. These will be our sides. The short pieces that we have left over are going to be the end pieces. And then the bunny sign, the section we cut off of that, will be the bottom. So I'm scoring this, and this is just a carving tool, and I'm just going to cut into there. Now, if you don't want to do it this way, go ahead and use your miter box and your saw. When you pop it like that, if you have not scored it on the other side too, you will have some breaking. I did. You can see here how I goofed it up. I left it in here so you could see. I'm going to use a permanent marker and cover it up. Now you'll never even know. How about that? We don't give up that easy, do we? Okay, I'm going to take some of my building blocks and start looking at how we want to assemble that. There's the bunny sign. So I know the bunny's going to be the bottom, these are going to be the sides, and they are going to stand like so. Okay? In my mind, I'm thinking of where I'm going to glue everything. So, if you go to the inside, about as wide, and I'm not giving you an exact measurement because I don't do that on my channel, but it's about 1/8 of an inch, 1/4 to 1/8 of an inch, just enough room so that these are supports, and when we set that other panel up, it is going to sit snugly against that, right up against those little pieces. Okay, so we got the bottom down. Now I'm going to add glue. I'm going to just line it up so I know exactly where those blocks are. I'm going to add my glue, flip it up, sit it down on that base, and hold it tight. Now I'm going to hold it there for a minute or so that that glue is dried. Then I'm going to go around, turn it around to the other side, and we'll do the same exact process on this side. So the building block is attached to the bottom and attached to the side. These are our supports that are going to hold it all together. This is a piece that you will need to keep inside. This is not real wood, and if it gets rained on, it will fall to pieces. This is an inside arrangement only, folks. Okay, so lift it up, push it down so that it's sitting on that base. Once it's cooled, we'll start on the sides. Same process here for the end pieces. And you can see how these signs are a little bit warped. They always are when I get them from Dollar Tree. I don't know if it's just my store. Do y'all experience that too? No worries though, they're so lightweight. We're going to make this work. So I'm going to use these on the sides as well. I'll have glue to the short part and to the thick part, and then that way I am gluing, you'll see here, so the short side and the thick side, and then I will push those right up so that both pieces touch each side, or the side and the end. Leave it there, hold it and wait. I didn't make y'all watch me hold it the whole time. And then I'll go back in with my glue once everything's cooled and go around all of the seams with my glue. This is just going to give it more support and more stability. Here we are on the last section we have to glue down. Same exact process. Supports, holding those together. Okay, so now we're going to take that black chalk paint that I have, and I just chose to go over all of my edges. Now, you don't have to do this because it already looks rustic and old. You know, it's the same colored as what it is in all of those little cracks in the planks. You could totally leave it like that if you want to, but I just wanted to show you what you could do if it bothers you. The holes that are in the ends, fill those with a little hot glue. When the glue is dry, go ahead and paint them, and then you won't see those holes at all. This is going to need some weight, so I found these wood scraps that my husband had left over from something he was working on, and I'm going to use these just to put in the bottom. It's going to work as a platform, and it is also going to give it weight, so yes, so it will not flip over when we add our things to it. I decided to use a pool noodle cut that down where it fits in each side down there, adding some glue to those pieces of wood scrap. I'll push those down in there. And this is just going to add a little bit more height in there so that the box, I don't have to reach so far down with the stems. You know, if you put your foam too far down, then your flowers are going to disappear into the box. I don't want that to happen. So I'm going to trim down the leftover section and just add those little pieces of pool noodle scrap right down in there. And then I'll add some more foam right on top. Now this foam is like packaging foam, so it's a really good quality foam. It works well, and I like to save it when I get things, and I'm always buying something. Okay, so I got this at the thrift store, but you can get like the hula skirts from Dollar Tree if they still have them, and you can use this or some type of raffia if you have a big bundle, and just pull out sections, cut it off, and just press them down in there. I like to kind of wind mine up a little bit so it doesn't fall all over the place. Still going to be a little fallout while you're putting it together though. And this is going to kind of cover up the gaps if you put your flowers in and you can still see through them. I don't want that white to be showing. So these are leftover picks that have already been used before in other projects. I'm going to use these. I'm also going to use some scraps of leaves, and then I knew I wanted to use sunflowers for this, but you can use mums or anything that you want to use. I just like to use the sunflowers. Now I chose sunflowers, these came from Dollar Tree, that have a golden tint in the center, so they're yellow and gold. Some sunflowers are just all yellow, but I wanted mine to look more fall, so I chose these. I'm going to cut these down, leaving them as long as possible, and the last one I'll leave on the long pick so that we have one long flower. I also have some sunflowers that are thrifted as well. Now I'm going to add my trellis. I'm not going to get it all the way against the backboard because I don't want the balance to be kind of, even though I put the blocks in the back, I worry that it might try to tip over. So I'm going to leave some space there. But I'll show you how to secure it. Now we've pushed it down into the foam, and I'm also going to use some of these blocks. I'm using 3 because that's the space of mine between the wall of the box and the back of that trellis. See, it fits perfectly in there. That's going to give me some more stability. I'll add some hot glue to the box and some hot glue on the back and the front side of the trellis, and then I'll use a little black paper to cover that up to help hold everything down. And it should be pretty darn secure at this point. Okay. Now the fun part. We get to start putting our beautiful little planter together. So I'm going to take these picks that look sort of like Milo or wheat to me. It's probably not what they are, but that's what they look like to me. So we're going to go with it. I'm going to put one on each side. If I would have had 3, I would have put one in the middle. And cutting these apart makes a huge mess because they have grassy pieces that will fall out, and they are free. They're not even on a stem. They're like wrapped around like a continuous piece. So yeah, not going to do that. They have really pretty wheat picks at Dollar Tree too. If you can still find them, they're very nice. All right, so here's some of my thrifted ones. They're on longer stems, so they are going to go in the back. If I would have had even longer pieces, I would have put them up higher than the grassy sections on the side. Ideally, that's how I would do it, but we're going to make this work, okay? So I'm going to continue to put these around. You know, sunflowers follow the sun, right? So ideally, I would have them all facing the same direction. You don't have to do it that way. You could definitely put them off to the side, or, you know, perhaps if they are nestled underneath the grasses, they can't get to the sun like the rest of them, and that could be why they're shorter. We're going to go with that. That's a pretty good excuse to me. We're going to go with that. Okay. Okay, we're going to just start adding in here. Now, like I said, some of them are shorter, some of them are longer. I want my longer ones to be toward the back, and the shorter ones are going to be more toward the front. You may do this any way you like. I am also taking the heads of the flowers and twisting them where they are attached to the wire. If you bend that wire, it will make them face out. and that's what I want them to do. So that's what I'm going to do. Now these obviously are not all the same. I'm not bothered by that. I am using what I have left. And I don't think it's that noticeable in the end. Y'all can see my craft room around me, and for those of you who are already members, there are 5 of you, and I am so excited. So just to give y'all a little mention, thank you Tammy, Sheila, Nojo, Jane, and Betty, who are the new members for our brand new channel membership. You guys are going to be able to take a look around my craft room and look at how I organize and all that behind the scenes stuff. So get ready. Get ready. All right, now I'm going to continue to add in, and some of these pieces, I think one of these picks came from Temu that I took apart. I picked off, see the little baby ones? I think that gives it a little more interest. I like those in there. Once I get all those flowers in there, I'm going to start adding the leaf picks that I cut apart, and there's like 4 leaves on each one of these. Some of these are more yellow, some of these are more, or they're more muted, I guess, and some of these are more orange. I'm just trying to kind of put them here and there, and it also helps cover up the base. Can you believe I am finally almost out of fall foliage picks? I cannot believe it. It's very exciting though, because that means I get to go thrift for more. I love to thrift. Okay, we're going to continue along. I get bothered when I have matchy side by side, so you will see me move things around. That's just how my mind works. But you can feel free to do this any way you like. And you don't even have to add these if you don't want to. Make it your own. We're all about budget friendly and just taking inspiration, right? The things I do are to inspire you. You might not find the exact same thing that I have, but be inspired. I want you to start learning to think outside the box. What could you use instead? I get lots of great comments from people who tell me how they're going to do, something, or I get emails from people who tell me, they show me their pictures and I can see how they took that inspiration and they made it their own, and that is awesome. I'm so proud of y'all. You're really getting it. You're getting it, y'all. So here's that completed box. I just used those same markers to color my harvest wish sign. If y'all want to learn about the Crafty Cruise Getaway, check out the link in the description box below. I would love to meet y'all. The next project is a leaf wreath. Okay, so here we go again with the ribbons from Dollar Tree. Beautiful green. Then I have this one, and then I have some that I got on clearance last year from Hobby Lobby. 90 off was really good. Here's a leaf, I think it's a wreath frame that I got from Dollar Tree. I'm going to take some leftovers. And these look a little bit like sunflowers, and these are some berries. Y'all, these things I took inspiration from the ribbon, the beautiful ribbon. And so I chose my colors based on that. All right, I'm going to cut everything down so I can make manageable pieces, because we're going to make a swag for this leaf. I'm getting an idea of how I want it to look. I always do this. I always lay it out before I glue or just make anything permanent. I'm going to take a very thin craft stick, or you can split one of those regular craft sticks, popsicle sticks, in half, or use any regular pick that you have left over. This is convenient because I had it right there beside me. I use them to mix my paint and such. Okay, I'm using some floral wire, and I'm going to just twist to make sure that that stays on there. It is not glued down. It will freely move back and forth on this stick, so nothing is permanent yet. I'm going to use the same process and put it on this end because it's a swag, so I want it to be somewhat similar. They will be not sisters, but cousins, kind of like our eyebrows, in my age, I have lost a lot of my eyebrows, and so I have to draw them on, and they never look identical. It is nuts. I'm always looking like Mr. Peanut or something with one eyebrow higher than the other. Oh, mercy. Anyway, that's just how I see it. Everybody else says it's fine, but yeah, I don't know if I trust them folk. Okay, so we put our eucalyptus down on there too, and now I'm going to add some berries. These were little thrifted berries, but definitely at Dollar Tree right now, there's some really nice ones. put those down. I'm going to just use that same piece of wire. You can add more wire when you need to. The wire is easier for me than a pipe cleaner because pipe cleaners can get so bulky. And I don't want to use my zip ties yet, not at this point. I want this to not be too bulky, right? So this one little sad oak pick, this is all I had left of these, but I wanted to use it because I love oak trees. I'm going to lift up the smaller pieces and just lay this right on top of that first layer that I put down and add a little hot glue. Look at the difference between left to right. I really like that in there. And I'll do the same thing on this side. And then we'll have one green left and we'll use that later, you'll see. I'm gonna add a little hot glue. Keep those babies in place for now. And then the little pick that I chose because it looks a little bit like a sunflower. It's more like a black-eyed Susan, I think. But I'm gonna have that in little manageable pieces. And I'm just going to lay those down on there. And then an extra layer right on the top of each one of those sides. If this is too much for you, stop at whatever level you want to stop at. You don't even have to add any of this to your leaf if you don't want to, but it's going to be kind of sad just sitting there by itself with nothing on it. And it deserves to be pretty. It deserves to live in your house. You spent the money on it. Let's use it. I didn't want to make a wreath with it. I didn't want to make a typical wreath because you will never see that beautiful frame underneath if you start piling it up with deco mesh. And I think the whole point for me is to be able to see the beautiful leaf. Once you have completed that swag to as much as you can, still having that middle section open so that you can wrap it around the tip of that leaf. Go ahead and grab your zip tie and attach it to the top. So I'm making sure it's in the middle and then I'll really tighten it down and cut the excess off. Now, we're going to put a bow on here. That's right, we're putting a bow on it and we're making a funky bow. It's been a while since we made one of those, and if you're new here, you're going to love this bow. Okay, so we're cutting these in 13 inches, and I am going to just show you how you can cut a dovetail when they're folded over, if you want to do it that way. One more time. Fold it over. We just folded that ribbon in half, and then we're going to fold it over. And then cut upward. There you go. So we're going to have two of each one, two gold, two green, and two of the printed ones. Now I'm going to fold this where it's about a third folded over. See, 1, 2, 3. Then I am going to pinch that section in the middle, so halfway down that short section, and clamp it tightly between my thumb and my forefinger. And I'm talking with my hands right now. I know y'all can't see me, but I thought I would share. I thought I would share that. Now we're going to do the same thing with every single ribbon that we do. We're going to hold them tight, push them together, hold them tight. And you want to be sure that you take your ribbons and do them in an order in your hand where you don't have two of the same one side by side. Okay? Folding over a third of the way down, grabbing it right in the middle of the shorter section, and holding it in your hand. Same thing, I never let go with my right hand. If you need help with this, you can certainly use a clamp or a clip to hold it. But for me, even having arthritis in my thumbs, I can still do this, okay? When you make them bigger, it's a little bit easier. Okay, so this is what we have so far, and I'm still holding it. I'm gonna grab that zip tie, hold it with my finger, spin it around, push it through. I'm going to slide it over my thumb and then just kind of cinch it down. I did do a little quick check to make sure that all my bubbles are the same size, or my loops. Then I'm going to tighten it and cut it off. Okay? Now, two options for the tails of this ribbon. You can flip these all out in one direction, or you can have some of them going downward. Be sure your printed ribbon is facing the table. So we're doing this upside down. It should face the table. This is going to be the bottom of that bow. You also want to make sure you don't have two colors that are exactly the same side by side. You want to give it that interest and prettiness. You're going to take your fingers inside each of those loops and fluff those little pieces out. Now you're not going to get a huge fluff in a bow that is this small, When you get to making the bigger bows, you're really going to have an outstanding bow. But these little mini ones, I have been enjoying as well. I don't want to overpower the leaf. Okay, now I'm spinning all those tails downward. You can see I'm just kind of pulling them apart and pulling them to one side of the bow. See? Now they're all under the bow. Continuing to fluff as we go along, and don't become impatient. They don't look great when you start, but the more you handle them, the better they're going to look. Okay? Now, I'm going to use some hot glue and attach it right over where I put my zip tie on that swag. You can also put like a wire through there and wire it on, or, zip tie it straight to the back of it. This is just how I did it. When I get going, if you don't know me, when I get going, I just go with the flow. And sometimes I don't remember to do the most mundane of things, the most routine of things. But I make it work. I think I make it work. All right, so now we have to adorn the bow, and I'm going to add some berries here and there in that bow, and I'm also going to be adding some flowers in the bow. You got lots of little spaces where you can tuck in the stems, which makes it so nice. It's going to hold them up. It's going to give you more dimension in there. Here's a few more flowers. And at this point, we're trying to fill in the top section. This is going to look more like one solid piece rather than the swag that it, was. I'm going to elongate it just a bit. I'm going to add a little bit of that extra greenery down here in the bottom and where the tails are. They're just hot glued in. I'll add one up here on the top as well. And then the last of the beautiful oak leaves will be added right on the top. Just like that. All right, at this point I was like, wait a minute, we need to do something with that leaf. Have you ever been on a walk outside and you see a leaf that is just here? You can almost see through it, and it has like a webbing through it. It's just, they're really beautiful. I don't know if it's the way they decay or if it's insects eating away at them. I'm not sure what it is, but they're stunning. And if I find one, I'm going to be showing y'all in my video because I want you to understand what I'm doing here. So this mesh ribbon came from Dollar Tree. It comes in white, cream, brown, green. I don't even know what other colors it comes in, but I thought brown would be fitting here. So I'm going to use this to cover this leaf. I've got it flipped around to the back. I do not recommend that you use hot glue. It worked for me for this video, but super glue, something that would dry fast, would be better. You could lay your ribbon on and just put it right on top of it. That would be so much better. So this hot glue has a tendency to drip. You have to be very careful. Either use a fine, like a fine tip glue gun, so you don't have all that extra. I mean, after I got this done, I went back in with my heating tool and then melted as much of the bubbles that you could see on the back of my leaf. But it'd be so much neater to use something like a super glue here. Once it is all, look at that. Once you get it all together, look at it. I love that. Tell me you've seen a leaf like this. Tell me you've seen this. we are going to do one big project in this video. Y'all, this video took so long to make, and the actual work that it took me to do this project was a little over 12 hours. So I have condensed it, of course, because I want to show you that, yeah, it may take a while to do it, but the payoff is going to be amazing. So stay with me, y'all. Okay, this is a clock base, I think, and I got it at the thrift store. It already had damage. It had these pieces of like a metal something, and that was peeling off, and you can see here it's just crusty, and it looks really old, but it is not. It actually has a tag on the bottom of it, which I will show you when we get to that part of the video. This just pretty much peels off, and I couldn't justify saving it because for one thing, the texture of it doesn't match the aesthetic in my house, and the other thing is that I'm not really sure how well my paints and antiquing would go over this metal sheeting. So the best thing to do is start with a clean surface, in my opinion. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to peel as much of that off as I can, and there is some type of like rubber cement or something that's under there. You can just use like a little scraper and scrape. You know, if you have something like this with this weird overlay, you can scrape it off. And I'm not, maybe Goo Gone would work, but I found that just peeling it off with pliers and my fingers was the best way to get it. And then the little residue, I just kind of sanded over it, but then I worked with it. It helped with the texture, I think. So I had this kind of a reed looking border that went over the edges of the metal. I'm taking that off. There are little nails all the way around it, and I will grab my pliers or my cutters, and I will pull out all the nails. You have to be super careful because they're everywhere, and I don't want to ruin my fingernails and my fingers by making a mess, you know, nails poked all in my fingers. That would be tragic. Okay, so I'm just using this little, believe it or not, this is a cheese knife. Got it at the thrift store, and I'm thinking outside the box. I'm using it for something else. I have been using it as a scraper, and it is fantastic. It is a very well used piece of tool in my crafting tool set. So you can see that I'm just going under the edge and kind of prying it up. It'll break off, just snap off really easily here. It'll just kind of splinter. Peel all those pieces off, and then now I can take the nails out, and you can see that I'm just kind of going over it with my fingers to see where the nails are. They are tiny, tiny, and if you got eyes like me, you really can't see that well, so yeah. But look how gross it is under there. It's kind of Halloweenish, isn't it? Yes, it is. Very, very aged and strange looking. It's kind of sticky too, so, you know, sand off what you need to sand off. I don't mind the additional texture here though, because we're going to be covering every bit of this up with some lovely tree bark, so it'll be covered. See, this is how the back looks, and it's just a little simple wood round that's in there. Just going to take it out and get it out of the way. You can see how it is going to look once we get all of the pieces off. And I at first thought I would save this piece of cane detail stuff, but I realized it's like the same thing on the other side, flipped upside down, and I don't think it's going to work for what I'm doing. I want everything to be flat, and this would cause a little more work for me to leave this on here. So we're just going to take it off. I'm telling you now, y'all, if you are 4 minutes into this video, or almost 4 minutes into this video, please stay with me because it is going to be well worth it. If you have not seen my other fairy videos, if you have not seen my other mystical woodland videos, then I'm going to have them linked for you. Be sure that you go and watch those. They are a lot of fun to do, to create, and a lot of people say that they enjoy watching it and listening to the storyline and just kind of being part of that. So I encourage you to go and watch that. I will have it in the description box for you and up in a card if I can remember to do it. So this stuff, I don't know what this is, but I'm just kind of peeling this off. It's not a textured paper. It's actually like really thin pieces of wood. But we're going to take all that off. And it comes off fairly easily. I'm not going to sand this to the flat surface underneath there because a little bit of this texture on the front is going to help us, remember, with our glue and stuff. Now I'm just going to brush away all the extra gunk. You see everything that fell off that I took off of that clock base? It's all over the table now, and I want to be sure that I have gotten all the nails out. I'm going to go in there and make sure. You can see if you miss anything. Scrape off any chunks of glue that might interfere with your process of gluing everything down. And you're going to need something like a Gorilla Glue for your glue gun, or you're going to need something like rubber cement. Look at the mess. Look at the mess that came off there. The one piece. Yeah, that's all off of the front and back of the sides of that clock. So you can see here it does have a tag on the bottom of it. Not super old. It says it's metal and rattan. Alright, so I'm just going to take off the sticker because we don't need that under there. We're just going to remove it. Again, that little tool, I can get that off and get our surface ready. And here are the beautiful pine bark pieces. These have been dried in the sun on the porch, and they were outside for over a week in the sun before I brought them inside. I brush off the big pieces, and I use a vacuum cleaner to vacuum any loose particles. You want to get wood glue and glue down any pieces that come off because this is fragile. See how I broke that off just with my hands? Didn't even have to cut it. Some pieces will break off like that. It depends on the shape of the bark that you're using. But anything else that you need, you're just going to trim off, if it gets in the way. And then what I'm trying to do is not piece this perfectly like a puzzle, but almost like when we were growing up. I know, y'all hear me here, I am with my stories again. There's a type of mud in Louisiana that we would call buckshot. It was that really thick chunks of mud. It was like it would rain really, really hard and then be dry for a while, and the soil would just crack into pieces, and you would see divisions between each of the pieces. You're kind of going to see that in here also. So you're going to need something strong to hold your pieces down. And you can see I'm pressing on these pretty good. So if anything comes loose, you can just add a brush with a little bit of wood glue and just put it back together. We're not looking for a perfect fit here. We're going to kind of put these together in little bits and pieces, put things together where they fit. You see I kind of put a piece in there and just wedged it in so that it has a flat surface to stick to. Y'all come and meet us on the Crafty Cruise Getaway. We got all the information in the description box below, and space is limited. I'd love to meet you there. Come see me. Okay, so now we're going to start adding, after we've got all the bark where we want it, we're going to start adding in our moss. You can get a bag of moss from Dollar Tree. You can use Spanish moss, reindeer moss, whatever type of moss you want. Seeing as I want this to be sort of a fall fairy, because we don't have a fall fairy yet, I am going to be using this brownish color because to me this just looks like, it just reminds me of changing the seasons and all those warm colors. So we're going to go with this rather than using the bright greens that we've used on some of our previous projects. Or I guess the word would be vibrant, not bright, because I don't really have any fluorescence, but I do have some bright stuff. Okay, so I'm going to shove those in. Now, I'm going to go in looking between the cracks of where these pieces are, looking where they curve downward, and where I feel like moss would naturally collect. You're going to do whatever you want to do on your clock piece. Do you see the front of this, how it's kind of squared? Almost like a little cave. I love it. I'm going to put it on the lip above where the drawer is in here also. The drawer we're going to do something a little different with, so you're not going to want to miss that for sure. Once you put your glue in there, you can pretty much just pack this down into there, and then you can either vacuum off the excess, goodness gracious, or you can brush it off. So this is what the drawer looks like. This is the front side where we took the metal off. And I just want to kind of blend that out a little bit. It's a little too harsh, and the colors aren't really what we're going for. So I'm going to just kind of mute it down by putting some dark brown. I think I might have grabbed the chocolate brown for this. Could be the harvest brown. Whichever the case, I'm trying to get something that will not stand out
against all of that pine bark. Now, I decided to cover this, but if you don't cover it, then I'll show you, then you need to use paint for it. But I will show you some other ideas. So here is some pumpkin scented pine cones. These came from Dollar Tree. These are some of the little things that come out of it. I've got some little Timu mushrooms, not sponsored. Here are some steps from Dollar Tree. And they're supposed to be wood, but they're colored like stone. So we're going to change that. And our beautiful little Timu fairy. And we're going to change her up just a little bit. Now, she's very pretty the way she is, but I'm going to give her a little something extra. We're going to grab some filler bouquet. I've got some scrap pieces of stuff from falls past. Eucalyptus and these beautiful changing colors. You know, might consider something that's green, just turning since it's kind of a late summer, early fall thing. Fern filler, you can grab these pieces. If you don't like these little seeded pieces like this, they do have fern that you can get in a pick or a vine, so you could get that. This is what that bag looks like opened. You can see all those little things that look like pumpkins. We're going to work with that. Cut everything down to a workable length, obviously. And then I decided, you know what, I'm just going to pull that whole little bouquet off the top. This is going to make it a lot easier. So the drawer now, we're going to work on that. I'm going to kind of measure out with this little fencing, which you can get at Amazon, you can get it at Temu, you can get it at any craft store. Mine was thrifted, and I'm going to use it to go right on the inside of this box. Inside, y'all, inside, because we're going to use staples. So I'm just using some little cutters here to make this a little more manageable. I don't need any big pieces. I don't need anything on the back side because this is where it's still going to push slightly into the clock base. So I thought, why not give her a nice little garden area with a pumpkin patch? So I'm using very short staples in my stapler, and I'm going to put, I think, 3 across the long part here, and then I put 1 or 2 on the sides. Just turn it around where you can get to it, and then just add 1 or 2 staples. It doesn't go all the way through. You can see I need to repair a staple there. And then I'm going to go over it and just run a bead of glue down the length where it is connecting the fence to the box. And that will help give it a little more stability. Here's how it looks in the front. Now, I decided I want to cover this. You can use something like these from Dollar Tree to make yours like a brick or a stone color. Here's that information if you'd like to use it. But I'm going to use this little piece of fabric. This did come from Temu, but you know, again, use whatever you have, and you can certainly use like a brown felt if you had that. All right, so I'm going to trim this down, and then I'm going to go across the front of that box with this. This is underneath her little garden section, almost like it's built into a hill or something. I'm going to stretch it out to the edge and press it down into that glue. Now, again, that's kind of bright, kind of springy. We're going to take this little brush, go into this brown paint, kind of offload a little bit, and then just pounce it up and down. You see the difference in the grass now? Now it looks a little more fall, doesn't it? It's a little bit deeper, a little bit richer, and it's just by adding a tiny bit of paint. So let's work on this garden. I'm going to measure how much I need just on a couple little sticks that I have. Measure it, cut it down against the other one, because these are going to be side by side together. These limbs are not perfect. They are not perfectly flat. They are not shaped like a pencil. They have curve, and they are not going to sit flush amongst one another. We are going to take advantage of the fact that there's going to be a little crack in there. We're going to do something special in there. You know, I'm always trying to get you to think outside of the box, and I'm always trying to get you to save money where you can, and this is a good way to do it. So this is a little piece that I got from Dollar Tree that was, it was 2 mushrooms, and this little sign was sticking up above the mushrooms, but it broke. So now I have the sign, and I still have the mushrooms, and I can paint over and then have 2 pieces out of 1. And I'm going to just make this look nice. So these are just resin, and I trimmed it down as much as I could to make it flat, and then I'm going to sand it off
Get it nice and smooth. We don't want cut fingers and we don't want sloppy work. So I'm just going to go over here, sand it down nice and smooth, and then I'll go over it with some brown paint. And of course on those edges where I sanded it so everything looks like it's supposed to be that way. Alright, now I need to raise the level up inside of that little raised garden she has there. So I'm using a sheet of foam, and I'm already measured off how much I'm going to need for the insert. And I cut it off rather crooked, but it fits. And I'm going to press it down inside of the drawer. That is going to be the first layer. And then I'm just going to layer another piece on top. Now, if you have a green block or something that's going to fit, you don't have to worry about this step. But I love to recycle foam when I get it in things that we order. So it's nice to have this. Okay, and pretty much we just used it to layer up anyway. We're not really using it to poke any flowers down into, not really. So I'll take another piece of that moss mat. I'm just going to set it in there and see how much I'm going to need, and then I'll trim that down so that it will fit. And then it's going to be kind of snug, but I want enough that it can press down all around the white and that you don't see it. We just want to see our little mossy bed here. Press it down in there, spin it around, and then you could use a popsicle stick or something like that. You know, put your glue down, push it down, and then press this down into the little crack, just like you're tucking in a sheet. And we want to age that just like we did on the front of the box. Everything's going to be cohesive and look nice together. How's that? Pretty good. All right. Give it just a little bit to let that dry. Then you're going to lay out where you want your little, we're going to call them pumpkins, even though that's not what they are. We're going to put those little pods in a little shape, like she is growing a beautiful little pumpkin garden. She's going to be our little pumpkin fairy, and she's going to be the keeper of the pumpkin garden. But she needs a name, y'all, just like we named the other two beautiful fairies. This little girl's going to need a name. But I want you to wait until you see her and how we make her over to decide what you want to name her, okay? And we're going to do it like we did the last time. I'm going to get all your suggestions, and then I'll choose a name, and I will mention that on my community tab so everybody can meet the new girl. Now it's pretty much poking stuff down where you think it makes sense. So fairies are small. It would make sense that the ferns would be big, right? That is totally okay to do it that way. If you want things more to scale, you can do that as well. But I love miniatures, and I love the idea of making small things look small, like they belong there, if that makes sense to you. I know if you do these types of things, you know what I'm talking about. So if there's any cracks in the fence, any cracks in the wood, where normally little light would shine in and they could creep out, and they start blooming on the outside of the fence, put them there. Put them on the inside of the fence, in the cracks in the logs, anywhere you want to put them. Heck, this is your imagination. If you wanted your pumpkins growing right out of that eucalyptus branch, you could do that. Yeah, you could. So there's also little pine cones and little other little things that are in that little bag of potpourri, and you can just put what you want to embellish as you go along here. I've got little spider webs everywhere. When you have a fan going, and you know I'm in menopause, so I do have a fan going, the fan blows while you're doing your gluing, and then it just looks like spider webs all over the place. I get so tangled. I know you see me flipping my hand around sometimes because I get so wrapped up in it, just webs of it. So now I'm going to go down where there are cracks, just like we did before, where we were looking for little places that needed some moss. And wherever there's moss, there's probably a little soil there, so plants are going to grow. So we can put fern, and look, I love the asymmetrical stuff we got going on in the top. So cute. Yep, that's her little high lookout up there. She's making sure that there's no crows down there in her pumpkin patch. She's got to sit way up top for that, doesn't she? I can't wait to show y'all what this is going to look like. Oh yes, we're not only decorating the outside, we are going to decorate the inside of this box. You do not want to miss that. So I'm pulling these off of their little branches. You leave the branch initially in case you need to use it, or the little stem, whatever you want to call it. But then you can use If you don't need to use the stem, you can just pull it off. Makes it easy. You got lots of options with faux greenery for sure. So I'm just going to put these in, and sometimes I like the flowers in a little cluster, and sometimes I like them just kind of by themselves randomly. I've got a little piece of fern, eucalyptus, flower, seed pod, all that together in that one spot. And I know you can, I'm out of sight a little bit, but down in the corner you could see I was adding down there. Here we are so far. I think that the gold, the yellow, that really bright orange, those colors just look warm in fall to me. It just says fall. So there's a little crack up here, and we're going to take advantage and have some little things grow in there. Down here on the bottom, we can add a little bit here. Grab those little pine cones and use them. So if you can't find these things, you know, maybe you could use acorns out of your yard. Maybe you could use some type of pressed greenery if you wanted to do that. Anything to make it special and to make it your own. You do not have to do exactly what I'm doing, right? So I'm going to make my own color here. I'm going to take a little harvest orange and some of this bright red. I'm going to put these together to kind of make more of a reddish orange, because I just want all of these mushrooms to be basically in the same color family. In the woods, mushrooms would be any color, anywhere, whatever, but I just like it for my projects, for them to make a little more sense to me. So, you know, it's my imagination, it's my little project. I'm going to do it the way I like it, right? And I encourage you to always do the same thing. So this is just acrylic paint, and you can see where the little welcome was on top and it broke off in that little white spot. I'm going to cover that up as best as I can. As I'm painting this, I am going to use 2 coats of paint on each of the little mushrooms that I painted, and the other orange mushroom is just painted with harvest orange. Just use a stem to make it look like a log, and that is going to be our welcome sign. You can see so far what's going on. I know it's a weird angle when I am putting things together for you to see all of this, and I don't have a huge camera set up. I don't have a camera crew, so it's just kind of me doing my thing here. But I want to share with you what it looks like so far. Cute, huh? And I do go back and add a couple of more little pumpkins in there. Here's that sign, and I'm just going to put it on the outside, and there is a little crack between the 2 logs. I'm going to take advantage of that. Press it down in there. Kind of sticks, and then I'm going to grab some glue and make sure it doesn't go anywhere. See the webs? Yes. Spider webs, spider webs. Okay, now you can use any little pieces of wood that you have from Dollar Tree, those little, or out of your yard, little pieces of branches, little rocks, little stones. You could put a stream in there if you wanted to. You could use any of the little pieces that you get that go with the gnome village. Yeah, you know what I mean. Or the fairy village, whatever it's called. So I'm just taking the end of a brush, dipping it into some creamy, I think this is like an antique white, and I'm just going to put a couple of little dots back on the mushrooms. Now these mushrooms, I don't think they even had any dots, but I'm trying to make everything look similar. So we're just going to dot them up. I'm going to go right back over where the original dot was. If you kind of hold it down and wiggle it back and forth, it's going to give you a nice circle, and the further out you wiggle it, the bigger your circle is going to be. So if you just want a tiny dot, you just dot it, you just tap it and then get away from it. Tap it. And you can see here too that you can't really tell that it was a broken sign. So I've got some satin Mod Podge, and I'm going to be using that on all these after they're painted, just to give them the same finish. Y'all, I got some dragonfly glaze. I cannot speak today. What is wrong with me, y'all? Who's got my tongue? I want to paint her white wings a beautiful color. I want to make them like a greenish color. Look what I'm going to do to help her stay sitting. I'm going to put a little glue on her bottom and then glue her down to my wax bottle. See? And that's just so that I have something to hold on to while I'm painting her. It makes it a little easier for me so I don't make a big mess. So I'm going to use 1 coat of the green, and that's an ivy green, and 2 coats of this glaze. It does look white at first, and here's the green.
These wings have no texture, but if you use the right type of strokes with your paint, you can give these wings a little bit of texture. So say you do not have any of that dragonfly glaze. You don't have any of that, and so you can't use that on yours. Well, go ahead and make this look as much like an actual wing as you can with the colors you use. And you can see if you use a thin brush, you can get in all those little cracks, and then the strokes that you made are going to allow you to have some, almost like the veining in a wing. I know what I am trying to say, and I hope that makes sense. You're going to see it better here now. So if you had a wing, the wing would look like this, right? See how I'm going with the curve of it, trying to give it a little, that's what I mean. It almost looks like it has a veining in it. Beautiful, beautiful. There's one coat. We're going to give her two coats though. I'm also going to do, the little skirt has like little petals that are white underneath the little beige ones. And I wanted to go ahead and do those green as well. So I'm using this little brush. This is a bridge brush, and it has a very, very nice, precise tip, which I love because I can push it straight into those little areas without making a huge mess, and it gives a nice full coverage, and I really like that. You could certainly skip it. And at Temu, they have several different of these little fairies. There's like one with blue hair, one with pink hair. You can just decide which one you want. Okay? And so any other little tiny areas, I can go in and use this tinier brush. And I want to make her blue eyes green. It's for autumn, right? So we want to make them green. So I'm going right over with a tiny, tiny tip on a brush with a tiny, tiny dot of paint right over her little blue eyes, just to make them green. You don't even have to do this step if you don't want to, but it is fun for me. I want to make things my own. And look how pretty. She looks so pretty. All right, you want to make sure that everything is dried before you add anything else on her. Keep in mind she's plastic. You want to keep her moving so nothing melts if you're using some type of a hair dryer or a tool. Now I'm going to go over to this glaze, and I'm going to go over her wings, and I'm going to try to use the same types of strokes that I used with the green, kind of out and to the side, just in case that there are any brush marks that show, they make sense where they fall. So when you first do this, you may look at it and go, that was anticlimactic, but it will dry, and I'm going to use 2 layers, and when it dries, that's when the magic happens. So it's going to look kind of milky at first, but once it dries, you're going to really see the shift in the color, which makes it so pretty. So I'm just going to take that same brush, I'm not adding any to it, and I'm going to go over the rest of the green areas and just give like little highlights on it. Just little highlights. And then I'm going to go back, I'm going to put a little on her nose. I'm going to put a little bit on her tippy toes and her little fingers, so that it, maybe if the sun catches it just right or the light catches it just right, you can see that she has a little sparkle there, and that's one of those surprises that is unexpected but very pleasant. You could also do highlighter anywhere you would normally do highlight. Can you see the little iridescence sort of that it gives it? I think it's such a pretty look when it dries. It's so pretty. Look at that good. Oh, that color. It's a green to red shift. It's so pretty. Okay, so here is what the bottom looks like. And it's a good look so far, right? Here is the top, or the whole clock base. And you can use mushrooms and things from your yard if you want to, but I have been using that, and I didn't want to depend on that for this project. I wanted to try something a little bit different, so no mushroom shelves or shelf mushrooms in this. Always look at your projects from all angles to make sure it looks how you want it to. I'm going to grab some of those little pine cones, and they're going to be a little bit of a sort of a space filler also. We're going to add them here and there. It's fall. She has got to get her house insulated. She's got to have it nice and warm.
before the cold weather comes, right? So we've got to make her house nice and weatherproof. And we're just going to tuck in some pine cones here and there. And you can also use acorns, little pieces of sticks if you want to add that. You could do that for sure. Any types of miniatures, miniature pots or whatever, you could use that. There's a little hole in the front and I just put a little twisted pine cone in there. Gonna add a couple of more of those little seed pod heads. I'm just gonna call them that because I really don't know what they are. And then we are going to work on the inside of this box all the way through. Don't ask what I was doing here, y'all. I was being silly. Okay, so this is what the inside of the box looks like. Now, I know you can't see much here, but I love how it looks like a cave when you look out the other side. So cool. So cool. If I was a miniature, I would live right here in this box. So this is what it looks like down to the bottom. It is dark in there. I'm cool with that. We're going to use some lighting. We're also going to add some paper, and this is just like some wrapping tissue paper stuff that they put around your cups and things in the store, you know, when you buy stuff that's breakable. I'm going to use that as a base and just to put this last little piece of sod or moss mat in here. I'm going to put it in. Not even going to glue it. Nobody's going to be touching it, and this is not going to be shaken, so you're never going to know. Here that is. Now you can go over that with a little bit of the darker color, just like we did outside of the little garden area. If you want to grab some brown and, you know, kind of stipple that, you can. You're really not going to see much of this though. I'm going to get one pick that is from Dollar Tree last year. Surely you can find some random picks somewhere at Dollar Tree that have some type of a fall color in it. I haven't bought anything new for fall this year, so this is all stuff that's, you know, that I've had or that I've thrifted. I'm going to take some fairy lights and I am going to wrap these around. Now my fairy lights are very long, this particular one, but you can use shorter fairy lights, and to get an impact like this you're probably going to need a few strands from Dollar Tree. So just be sure that you check your battery and make sure that everything's working before you do all the work to stuff everything together. So I'm going to leave part of it on the outside, and this does not have a battery pack. It actually plugs in. So I'm going to leave where it plugs in, leave a little hanging on the outside so I can tuck it back there. And then wherever I stage it, it will be backed up and you won't see where it's plugged in because it'll be behind a table somewhere. I'm going to push the majority that is left over to one side. I'm going to take a little Scotch tape and just, you know, hold it down in the back so that it doesn't slip out while I'm finagling around on the inside. And you can go all the way down the back if you want to. So I thrifted this little cute park bench. I've had it for a while, had my little paint sitting on it. And I'm just going to press that down in there. This is at a weird angle, but this is what it looks like on the inside so far. She's got her little bench by her little tree, and there are little fireflies everywhere. And she has firefly friends who live in her home, and they just swirl around and keep her happy, and they go all the way up to the top, and it's just gorgeous. If you need to add a little hot glue to hold things apart, you can. So now I just plucked her off the top of that bottle. She can sit right here on the outside, or I can put her right here on the inside. And if you wanted to move her around, you don't even have to glue her. I'm going to add some flowers on the inside with her. Very pretty. I'm going to add a little more hot glue because she is going to stay on the inside. However, if you like to move your things around, just don't glue her. She'll be fine right there. This is how it's going to look. Doesn't she look happy in there? She looks so happy in there. I love her wings. I love the darkness. And you can see the color kind of reflecting that reddish looking color or orange. So pretty. So now I'm going to take the back off. Now here's an option for you, not necessary, but if you want to give her a little more decoration, there are a bunch of different types of leaves that you can thrift or get from Dollar Tree. You can pull something off of something that's broken or that you had last year. You just see some remnants that I have here. And we're going to decorate the back of the clock on the inside. So I just used some hot glue and this copper looking leaf because I thought this was real pretty based on her coloring and what we have going here for fall. I'm going to use a maple colored
fabric, or no, a furniture repair marker, and I'm going to color the Hello Fall sign or welcome fall that you get from Dollar Tree. They come in multi-packs. And then you can just squish it back on the back. Now she's got a little decoration on her wall. Maybe she's a crafty girl herself. See? You can see it back there depending on the angle, which I love. There are like little mysteries all over. Let's give her a wreath. Look there how cute that is. Of course, with the glue string hanging off of it. Isn't that nice? So we're going to add a little hot glue. Careful, careful here so you don't burn yourself. I'm going to add glue on the top, the bottom. I'm going to press it all the way to the wall and hold it there. Here I am fixing that little leaf, but I want to see the backs of the leaves where all the veining is. I want to see the front where it's nice and pretty and crisp and gorgeous. Here she is with it all lit up inside of there. She's enjoying her life very much. You can see my studio, it's craziness going on back there. So grab your mushrooms now. They're all nice and dry. They're coated with their Mod Podge, so they have the same finish. And then we're just going to add them here and there. I added some steps in. You missed that part. My battery kind of croaked. It needed a nap. So now it looks a little bit more like wood. And here's the little garden outside of her house. You see it butts up right next to that beautiful clock. It just sits right in there. You can move it into different sections. Here she is when it is dark, and here she is when it is all lit up on the inside. The first project is going to be a wood leaf makeover. So if you are very into everything being white and farmhouse, but maybe you want to change your look up a little bit, think about some of the decor you already have in your house. So this is a piece that I thrifted. It was whitewashed, and I am just going to use my sander and get as much of this stuff off as I can. And I did want to show you that you can do this by hand with a little sanding block if you want to. Be sure that you wipe in between. I think this is like it has a chalky residue, so I think somebody whitewashed it with some chalk paint. And possibly if I would have gotten this wet, this might have come off because I do not believe it was waxed. Went ahead and just look at the beautiful grain of the wood under. Ugh, I've got to show that. It was all covered up by the pickling or the whitewash. Look at the filth. Just look at it. It's everywhere. So it's very easy to clean up though, and really it's just messy. So after I get all that off, I am going to do the backside as well, and then take a clean cloth and wipe off the dust. Then I'll spritz it with a little bit of some, you could do like an alcohol mixture or part water, part alcohol, so that it will evaporate fast for you. And I'm just going to clean this up. Any of the rest of the residue that needs to come off, I'm going to get it all off here. So I wipe it first with a soft lint-free cloth that was dry, and now I'm going back over it with a damp one. Otherwise, it's just going to get muddy and you'll be forever trying to clean it off. All right, I'm going to go back over it again. And this time I have got another cloth, and I'm using just a piece of, this is almost like a fleece, or felt, stretchy kind of stuff, and I've just torn it to pieces. You can see how it's still got some stuff in it. Not a problem if you don't mind it, but you can definitely sand that off with a little sander if you want to get any excess off. At first when I was doing this, I wasn't entirely sure that it was real wood. I thought maybe it was like a panel or something over the top of some MDF, but it is
truly, boards glued together. I could see that when I did the edges of it. I could see that it was all the way through. There was no paper coming off. And when I'm sanding this as well, the paper would come off. And there's no paper here. So I'm just using this sort of as an eraser to get off any of those marks that were a little bit deeper. Now, if I would have used a hand sander in this, I could have gotten all of that off. But I wanted to show you that you can do it by hand because not everybody has tools, right? So we want to make this where everybody can do it. So this is just a stick that I've used to put down my furniture repair marker colors so that I can easily match the wood up with the finish that I want. And so we're going to go with oak here. And there are some white divots, like little dents or scratch marks in here, and then around the edges it's kind of chipped too. I got this at the Goodwill bins, and if you know anything about the Goodwill bins, everything is dumped into a big blue table and you just dig through it. So lots of things are broken, they have dents in them, they have deep scratches, the paint's wearing off. But if you like doing flips like I do, this is perfect. Nobody else wanted this, but I saw something that we could do with it, and I want you to start thinking like that too. So I'm just going to put the little dots of the repair coloring on there, and then I'll go back over and sand off everything that's not inside the hole. So what's in the hole won't come off because it's down lower than the sanding block or the emery board that you're using. So I'm just going to go over the top so I don't remove anything I just put down. And then again, same process, you just clean it up. Wipe it off, clean it up. I had to get my shop back out and get all the dust off my table because I was transferring it back to my clean item. So y'all, I don't even know. If you know anything about wood, you can tell me what these wood types are in here. They're beautiful, and you can see when they're wet, they look so much richer than they do when they're dry. That's a good way to tell if it's done or not. If it's lighter, then you can tell that it's dried all the way because it's going to be a little darker when it's wet. But you can see how the boards are raised up and put together. Now I'm going to go around this. It's also kind of the paint is either worn off or I don't know, but it's not a good even finish all the way around. And considering that I wanted this to be more rustic and woody like, I want to go ahead and grab my antiquing wax, and I'm just going to go with the grain. This is almost like, you can see the little stripes here. It's really weird, but I'm going to go in there and put this on pretty thickly and then give it a chance to dry. Read the instructions on your bottles depending on what kind you're using. Let it dry and then wipe back whatever you don't need. Now, a little bit's going to get on the front side and the back side of your board, most likely. If you do this, just blend it out while it's still wet. Just quickly blend it out, and it's going to give you a little more shadowing. And I intend to put a shadow on this board anyway, to give it a little more detail. I am not going to be using this for food, so I'm going to just use a clear wax on here. If you wanted to use it as a charcuterie board, you would want to be sure that you use all like a wood conditioner that is okay and food safe. I do make my own wood conditioner for charcuterie boards, and I will link the video where I show you how to make that. If you're interested, it is all natural and completely food safe, and it is really good for your wood. Plus, if you like bees, there's a little hint to you. Yep, the bees help me make my conditioner. Look how beautiful and rich this looks when you apply the wax. Gorgeous. And if I would have wanted this darker, I could have went with the antiquing wax and just did that on here. If you rub with the grain, it's going to soak in a little bit better. And then you can also do little circles, to really condition it, really rub it in. Think of when you put lotion on your skin and you just really rub it in. That's what you want to do here. Now this is me just wiping back some of that antiquing wax because I just want it to look old and a little crusty. And you can see when it's wiped back, definitely it's still got it's got darker spots, lighter spots. That looks grubby, and it's beautiful. So once you put on wax, you need to let it dry. I think it was like 24 hours that you're supposed to let it dry, and then go back in with a clean, dry cloth, lint-free again, and then kind of rub that wax so that it blends out really evenly for you, and it will get rid of any milky look, and it will be have a nice little soft sheen to it. Now I'm just taking a little chippy brush in that antiquing wax and gonna go ahead and work with that where it kind of overflowed on my sides. I'm just gonna go with that because it's gonna give it more dimension. You see, automatically when you watch me do this in a faster speed, you see that it gives more dimension on the sides, and I really like that. If you do this while the wax is still wet, the clear wax, you can kind of blend this out together if you want to do it that way. But it does blend in very well. It's just a beautiful piece, and I could have made it a charcuterie board, but I want to use this as decor. So I'm going to just use my Waverly wax, and then I'll show you another project in this video where we use food safe wax, just in case you're interested. And yeah, very pretty. If you want to give it as a gift, you can tie a bow on it and give it as a gift. You can drill a hole and make it something that can be hung with a piece of leather strap maybe. That would also be pretty. Or make it food safe if you want to and use it during the holidays. I hope y'all ready for fall, y'all. The next project is going to be a charger wreath. I'm going to grab up some flowers, and I just have a variety because I'm not really sure what I want to use yet, but I do want it in a fall color. We're going to use a pipe cleaner. I'm going to use some of this eucalyptus that is green turning into a nice bronzy color there, or orangey color. Scraps from last year, I'm going to use these. These come originally from a pick that was donated to me. And then we have some raffia, and you can also use excelsior, whatever type of a woody, like strawy-like grass is what I was going for here. And you can see this is the info. I did get it thrifted, and it was all nicely in this little Ziploc bag for me. Here's a gorgeous wood charger. I have done wreaths on chargers before, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who has done a wreath on a charger before, but this is just my little spin on it. This is how I like it. I'm going to take just a wad of that and kind of pinch it in the middle, as big or as wide as I want it to be, to make a little bunch to put on the side, because this is going to be underneath where we're going to put our greenery and stuff. You're not going to see a whole lot of this, but you will see it poking out, and it just gives it a nice little, another little bit of texture that I think really looks good, and especially in fall projects. So looking like you got some hay, or you've got some, you know, grasses and greenery that are changing color at the end of the season and in harvest. I think this looks really pretty, and I think it looks very similar, the color of it, to the color of the silks and the greens that come off of corn. So definitely harvesty. Then I'm just going to cut into this because I'm going to cut the loops off. We left it looped up just to make it easier to put it down, and then I am just going to start hacking into it. I'm going to cut the loops off the bottom. I added a little bit extra to make it a little thicker down there, and then I'll give it a little bit of a haircut. Then I'm going to take those pieces of greenery and just cut them down to where they're a manageable length. There's no sense having that stem so long that I have to weave it all the way through that charger to get it to sit down. It's just easier to do it right. So you can use any color greenery that you like, and you can use any charger that you like, but the fact that this is a basket charger just screams rustic fall to me. It really does. And I didn't find a whole set. I got these thrifting, and I only got 3 of them. But I'm thinking I'm going to definitely be using one for Christmas, and then I'll have to think about, may even do another something with it for fall. We'll have to see. I'm really enjoying the dark, rich woods, though. All right, so I'm going to take this beautiful flower, and I am going to sort of bend and weaken that just a little bit, the stem that's behind it, because I want a piece of that stem on there. It's going to help me hook it into the little swag arrangement that we have going on the side. And then a little hot glue will really hold it in place. So it's going to go through where the raffia is and the knot that I made with that pipe cleaner. So it is really locked in there. I have chosen not to add any glue, but if you're going to put this outside, you need to be sure that you have firmly attached your pieces down, and especially if you're going to sell it or give it as a gift, you need to really make sure that you go that extra mile for the people who spend their time at your booth or, with you, and you give them a gift, whichever way. Just make it your best, right? Make it your own, make it your best. And if you don't like a more muted color like this, then go ahead and grab the bright stuff. Generally, I like a lot of color in the fall, so you're going to see more of that sort of thing from me, that kind of traditional look, but I also like rustic and cottagey, so let's see what we come up with here. So I hope y'all are subscribed and that you stick around. Isn't that cute? I gotta say cute because somebody suggested that every time I say the word cute, or nice, that they're gonna take a shot. That is funny, y'all. And I don't want to make anybody sick with alcohol poisoning, so please don't play that game. Don't play it. Okay, so now, if we're not going to put anything else in here in this arrangement, I'm just going to cut those off, those ends off. Then I'm going to take a flower stem that I trimmed down and show you how to make a hanger for the back. So I'm going to fold it in half like a horseshoe. And I'm going to fold up. I've just got some jewelry pliers here that I can twist the ends. I'm going to fold it up so both little sides have a hook and they're evenly spaced. See this? Very easy. It's using something you already have on hand. I'm going to slip it through one of those pieces of vine, bend it up. I'm going to add some hot glue where it is wrapped around that piece. And then I'll just take a piece of rope or ribbon or something else to put right on top to make sure that it's all locked in there together and nothing slips free. That'll be the hook for the back. Now, if you like this look, you could leave it like this. At this point, I like to make sure that I have as much greenery as I want. I'm looking at it from all directions, fluffing everything out, touching every little bit of it to make sure that, everything's been done with intention. I'm making sure I don't have any weird angles on my raffia. And then making sure that I have the right kind of balance, if a balanced swag, wreath, or whatever is what you're looking for. So I wanted to make it was a little more heavy on the bottom, and I'm going to make it a little bit more substantial on the top, just by adding a longer pick to extend that color up just a bit. Or you can see what I'm doing here. If it bothers you when your leaves flip over, a little hot glue will fix them into place. Now look at this little kitty that I thrifted last year. Put him right here like he is peeking out of a pile of leaves. How cute. Now I'm just going to use another piece of that raffia. I'm going to thread it through the back. This open weave makes it perfect to add things to, just so easy. And I'm going to go back down around his head, and this is going to be how we hold him on here. But, as I get it tied and I look at him, I'm feeling really bad about the fact that I have tied him on around his neck. It looks like I've wished him harm, and I have not. So after we get this tied, and you can add a dot of glue so it doesn't slip, I'm looking at it going, looks a little scary. So let's just go ahead and make him a little more fancy, like that is supposed to be on him, like he's got a bow tie or something. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to work with it. It's already down there. I'm going to twist this around a few of my fingers. You can do this with, if you want to use something like jute, you could use jute if you don't have raffia to use. But I'm just going to tie this one little piece around the center of it. It's loopy here. Tie it around the center, pretty much doing what we did with the bigger section that we already put down. We're going to cut off the loops so it's going to flare out. And I'm going to cut my ends off so that the ends are now going to be part of that bow. Just going to trim it. You can see I'm measuring it down, and then do the same thing here. Then all I have to do is just fluff it out a little bit, and it looks very intentional, and it looks like it belongs on this little squirrel. And you find these little things all the time at different dollar stores and at the craft stores. So you could probably find one. And I think Hobby Lobby is 40% off their fall. I know I've seen a couple of people who do shop with me's. So some of them already have 40% off. So you just have to look and see which one, if it applies to yours. Now we're going to do a decoupage cutting board. All right, so I'm going to grab my sheepskin chalk paint. Loving this color. I'm going to grab a paintbrush. I'm also going to use Elmer's school glue. I'm going to use Dollar Tree napkins from last year. This is a little ornament that I cannot remember where it came from. I've had it for many years and craft with it in many different ways. And then this was originally a Target dollar spot item that I bought at dirt cheap. Okay, so I'm going to do this two different ways. I'm going to use a glue stick on the regular wood side because I'm going to show you why I paint first. I feel like without an example, you don't really understand maybe what I'm getting at. So let me just show you. And then we'll end up with a board that has both sides done. A little bit of glue. And then carefully, I'm just going to pat down. I'm trying to go from the center outward and downward so that if there are wrinkles or bubbles, they will push out. Now you have to be careful because this is 1 ply of tissue. I've already taken it apart, or paper towels, 1 ply, and it's fragile. So you got to be very careful. Now you can cut your edges, or you can use a sander block or a emery board, or if you're careful with your fingers, you can just press it away on the edges. And then you can go back and make your nice crisp lines with your sander. I always try to make it as easy to work with as I can. So I'm going to cut off all the extra stuff so it's not all over the table and, making a big mess. I'm going to make the work as easy as I can for myself. And this is a very satisfying part too. I love it when the paper just shears off. Okay, so now you know what I'm talking about. You see how you see the brown through there and it looks kind of mottled? If you like that look, that is perfectly okay. But if you don't, I'll show you the other way to do it. So now this is kind of stamped into this wood. It is wood, but it's stamped in there. So what I'm trying to do is make it a little more flat so that it is not as noticeable once we get some paint on it. I am using chalk paint, so that does help us a little bit. And I will be using 2 good coats, letting it dry thoroughly in between. When you paint like this, if you don't want your sides to get paint on them, it seems for me to work best like this. I'll just turn my brush sideways and just push it to the edge, and I don't have to worry about a bunch of runs down the side. So this is 1 coat. This is why we're going to need 2. After it's done, I'm going to take a big brush and my Mod Podge. This is matte, and I'm going to show you what this side will look like with the paint under it. We're going to use Mod Podge, and we use the glue stick on the other side. I'm going to make a nice even coat. This is not going to be a very thick coat because, what did I say before? Remember, it's going to get really soft and it's going to get really fragile. So you see how fragile this is. This is like one of those makeup spatulas that I bought to use with my crafting to help hold things down before I had my finger protectors. And it works good, and I still use it on some projects. You just don't always see it. So I'm going to just work out from the middle downward. I'm going to put a little bit of the paper on at a time so I don't lock in any mistakes. Makes sense, right? I'm going to go around here and cut this off too, but not completely down, and we don't want to cut off too much. And then I'll just start shearing this off. Now you can see in my situation, I didn't wait for this to dry completely, and you can see the glue on the side. That's the only reason you can see that. Otherwise it would be transparent. Now you see the difference. Look how rich the colors look against the lighter colored background. I love it. And now we're going to add a leaf to the top. I'm just going to add a piece of jute, and I keep my scraps off of other projects and put them all together. And I will feed this right through it, and then right through the little handle that happens to be up here. Now if you get a cutting board, say at Dollar Tree, it doesn't have handle, it's pretty much just a rectangle, you can just hot glue it down if you want to, or you could even drill in and make your own handles for the top. I'm going to make a little bow. I had just pulled off the bow that was on there before and added that to the scrap pile. If you noticed that when I first showed it, might have had that bow on it. I don't know if I cut that out or not, but now that I do have it on here, I'm going to trim off my tails at the right length. I'm going to add a little bit of hot glue to keep it from going oh topsy-turvy on me. I want that bow to stay like it should, and sometimes they'll try to pull. And then this is what it's going to look. You see the difference? This is why I say paint under first. Look at the difference. It really makes that color pop. The next project is going to be a woven wood pumpkin. I'm going to be using my staple gun and some ribbon, and then this little thrifted pumpkin. I'm going to take off what they had on it, and hey, I like it like it is, right? But it is very farmhouse, and I got to have color. I wanted to give you some options too on what you could do to make yours a little different than how everybody else makes theirs. So maybe everybody else does paint them, but has anybody ever done a ribbon braid on them? Maybe, but I want to show you how, just in case you've never seen it. Now I'm going to be cutting this off. I'm not even measuring it because you are going to go according to the size of your piece of wood block, right? You're going to go by that. I know I'm going to need 3 pieces to cover the front. So I'm going to measure 1 piece just sort of against the pumpkin, and then I'm going to cut the other 2 pieces the same. We're going to go up and down with these ribbons first, and then I am going to go side to side. Now the one that goes into the middle needs to be split on one part, right, so that it can go around the stem. So I'm going to cut somewhat near the middle of this ribbon, and the fact that it's plaid makes it a little easier. I can follow the lines, and then overlap on the back so that it holds it in place. You can see I'm just putting one over the other. It'll hold tightly against that stem, and then I'm going to use my staple gun. Now, if you don't have a staple gun, you can hot glue. It's just going to take a little bit longer, and it's going to take longer before you can actually pull on these to start doing the weaving part. So just be sure that you keep that in mind. So here are the 3. I don't want anything any closer than that. I like that it has the little gaps there. And then we're going to go across the other direction. We're going to measure by just putting it across the back, looking to see, how big I want it to be. And I can actually make the back a little neater if I overlap all of these on the back. So that's what I'm going to do. But make the process your own and choose whatever way that you like to do it, obviously. We want to do things budget friendly and make it our own, right? Because making it your own does make it different, but it makes it special. Different is special. Different is not bad. It's what brings you the joy that makes the difference, right? Okay, so I'm going to just put this in. You saw what I did, very easy. I'm going to go under, over, and under, wrap it around the back. Make sure that this is tight and where I want it to be, and then a staple in the back to hold it in place. The next time we'll go over, under, and over. Now I'm going to butt them right up next to each other. And then we're going to pull the ribbon. I'm not going to say tight because you don't want to mess anything up, but where there's no slack in it. And then you'll go to the next one. Now you can do this on a bigger scale and you'll have more of a weave, you'll have more surface to weave. It's totally up to you how you want to do it though. Then once we get to the end, I'm glad to see that they all fit on here. Snug, very snugly, but they fit. And I'm just going to staple that down. You can trim off any extra in the back and staple anything that you need to staple extra, and I'm just cutting off a little fray I had there. And you can see how this looks. If you want to leave it that way, you can leave it just like that. You could also add some leaves to it, whatever color you like that's complementary or contrasting. But I am going to show you how you can do just a little bit more, and we're going to use a window cling. Now these are some that my sister gave to me, and she got these at Dollar General. So they're only $1, not $1.25 like at Dollar Tree. So let's not forget that you can shop at Dollar General, Family Dollar, and often find things at a really good price too. All right, so I want to go all the way through that blue and up to where it is white. I don't want any of that blue showing because we have nothing blue in our project. I love this, and that background reminds me of a sweater. So I am using this on top of it. Yes, it's going to cover up a lot of that weave, and that is, if you don't want your weave covered up, just leave it blank in the front. But I thought this would make it a little fun. We're going to add a little bow to it. Really easy bow. You've seen me do this many times. Use whatever kind of bow you want. A messy bow would have been really cute on here too. I know that it's going to be this size, So I'm just going to grab a little scrap of jute and I'm going to tie it around the back. And I like to do double or triple knots just to be on the safe side because I can be kind of rough when I am fluffing out bows. This one won't need a huge amount of fluffing, but still going to need a little fluffing. We have to fluff it. So now I'm just going to dovetail the ends. You just cut them upward. But you can cut them at a slant, whatever way that you like it, and then you can tie it around your stem. Are y'all excited that pretty soon it's going to be all fall everywhere? I am very excited. I have yet to go to Hobby Lobby, but I see that Hobby Lobby in some areas have all their fall out and it's already 40%. I'm also seeing that Joanne has a bunch of things out already. At Home has had a bunch of Halloween out already, so it's time to hit the roads and do a little window shopping. It's a really good way to find inspiration also if you're looking for, maybe you're feeling a little burned out, you don't know where to start. Go look at something that you like but you refuse to pay the price for and then figure out how to do it yourself. I love doing that. Okay, now just to keep those from flopping around in the way of the sweater, I'm just going to add a tiny bit of hot glue to hold it in place. And then look, if you have wrinkles, all you have to do is take your heating tool or your blow dryer and just kind of blow over it. You want to kind of keep it moving a little bit. You don't want to melt your plastic, but look at that. Pressed it straight out. Of course, when leaves fall to the ground, they're usually wrinkled and kind of messy too, so you can definitely leave it just like you get them on the branch if you would like to do that. Now, I just decided to go ahead and cut them off where they were doubles. I cut them off, and I'm going to try to figure out how I want to swag this down, and I want it to be on this side. So I'm just going to keep it in that same shape and add a little bit of hot glue in between each layer so that nothing falls out. And then I'll take that up there to the top, tuck it a little bit behind that bow, and fluff that little bow out. So you could leave it like this as well. You don't have to add anything. I really wanted to add some of that beautiful burgundy color, so I'm going to add a little more green, and then I'm going to add a little burgundy, just to bring in some of the color that's in that sweater. And these I found at Dollar Tree last year. That, in fact, there was a lot of different colors of eucalyptus at Dollar Tree last year, and I am hoping that I can find more because it's really pretty. All right, so where you need to cut them down, cut them down. If you want to leave them long, you can leave them long. I like a variety and a little bit of a difference in the heights instead of everything being even. I'm going to have, of course, one hanging off the side. And then one that's been cut, I'll just add right up here by the bow. And then give that time to dry, and it's going to just stand up on its own. It won't, you don't need any type of a stand or anything to go with it. Y'all come and check out craftycruisegetaway.com and come cruise and craft with us. Information will be in the description box. The next is a wood vase redo or makeover. Okay, so you see this orangey color here. I'm not digging the orangey glossy color. This is a full wood piece. It looked like somebody turned it themselves. I have had this for quite some time, and I did get this while I was out thrifting. There are some cracks in here. There are some deep scratches and marks in here. I am going to start by attempting to get some of this, whatever this varnish stain or whatever, off of it. And I am using I think this is a 60 grit sandpaper that I have. Now at this moment I have a sander, but it's a flat sander. So we're going to give it a try with that flat sander and see what I can do with it. Now when using this, I'm trying to keep my vase rolling back and forth so I don't end up with any deep areas. I want it to be rounded. I want it to continue to keep that same form, and I have to do that by rolling it back and forth. Okay, so once you have sanded it down quite some bit, and my husband did go get one with a point, so I was really able to do a much better job that time, and I used a 80 grit to get this look, and you can see that it still has that reddish color in there. I don't know what technique that was, I don't know, But I'm going to grab the P120 now and go over it to make it nice and smooth. So I did, and now I'm making sure that I have that cloth has barely any liquid, like a spritz of water on it, just to get all the dust off. And I have wiped it several times to get it nice and clean. And I'm just going to leave it and just work with this color that's on here. I do want this to be brown, but I don't want it to be the tint, color, and look of the vase the way it was before. I don't care for that personally in my decor. So now I'm going to show you what we're going to do. I'm going to use a harvest brown, add some water to it, and we're going to make our own stain. This is not a new idea. People do this all the time. All the time. I'm going to add water. I'm going to mix it. But you see how much red has already come out in that paint? I was hoping for something a little more neutral, but that's okay because the way I do this, it's going to come back off. This is going to make, I'm almost doing like a wash over this. I'm working as quickly as I can, and this part is not sped up. As quickly as I can to slap some on there and then grab a rag and wipe it off. If you don't, you're going to have areas that have soaked in more and areas that are a little more faded looking. Of course, if that's the look you're going for, then you just do just that. Now, I didn't want to use a solid paint. I want to see the wood grain through here. It was a problem seeing it before. The way it was painted, it was just distracting because there was damage and everything. So I really want this to be something that is pretty and something that I can use in my fall decor, because remember, you don't just get little tchotchke for fall, right? If you really love fall and you really love having seasonal decor in your home, you've got to have these workhorses or these pieces that you can use to do your, if you want to do some florals and change out some florals, well, you have to have these kinds of things. So rather than buying them, we're going to flip our own. Okay, so once it's been applied and I have wiped it all off and my hands look awful, like I've been digging in raw clay, we're going to start adding a little more aging to it. So I'm going to add a little bit of black, mix it in there. This is going to make it very dark brown. I'm going to add a little more water in here, and then I'm going to put it back into the little spray bottle. I have some of these spray bottles. You can get stuff like this in the Dollar Tree over where they have their, let's see, maybe the stuff that you take on an airplane, stuff like that. So if you have maybe those alcohol dyes, you could probably do something here with that. I am just going to spray it on quickly and then rub this in. This is going to give it some dark areas. It's going to give it some areas that look aged, but you have got to move quickly on this and cover your surface. I didn't cover my table, and it was kind of yucky to clean up until I got out the, what is that, Mr. Clean thingy, the little eraser, and then I was able to get it off very, very easily. So I'm just going to add this a little at a time around the mouth, the bottom, the high parts, just wherever, to kind of make it look a little bit older and give it a little more of a streaky look, I guess. I just want it to be aged or antique looking. So when it dries, this is how it's going to look. Not very pretty, right? Not very pretty. We got more work to do. I'm going to grab some wax. This is our antiquing wax, and I'm going to go right around the neck of this vase, right around in there. I don't have a ton of paint, and I'm going to kind of blend it up toward the mouth and then down over the rounded part of the vase. This is the area that would normally collect dust and be a little dirty anyway. It's going to give it definitely more dimension and curve. It really kind of shows off that curve. And I'll go all the way up to the lip, and then I'll also go on the inside. I'm just using circular motion around in here, just circular. And then the idea would be to go with the grain of the wood to bring out the grain of the wood, but to make it look a little more old, I'm just kind of going across it with this antiquing wax side to side first, and then blending it in with a dry cloth. And then I can start going down. I can start going with the grain of the wood, and you will see that those bits will stick to the ridges in that wood and the loops in that wood and all those beautiful circular patterns. If you get a little too much wax in any one area, go ahead and grab your little sanding tool, sand a little bit, and then go back over it. That's all you gotta do. And you see how this is really starting to look old and antique? This is exactly what I wanted for this beautiful vase. Now I'm gonna make some dark areas. I'm gonna just go in there and just kind of push down a little bit. I got my fingers on the bristles and I'm kind of like pushing down into it to make some darker spots. And you can see how it's gonna look with just that wax on it. Very pretty already. I'm very happy with it. But now we're going to use my wood conditioner, and I will link the video up here for you so you can see how to make your own. It was not hard to do. This is what I use on charcuterie boards, and you would use these on your cutting boards too. So I'm just going to take a little scrap of fabric that I have, because I don't get rid of anything. And once I've given that darker wax a little time to dry, I'm going to go ahead and go into my wood conditioner. And now this bottle, since I have used it for decorative purposes, this particular jar will only be for decorative pieces, conditioning decorative pieces, because I've dipped into the Waverly wax and then dipped back down into the wax that is supposed to be food safe, rendering it no longer food safe. So you get the point. And you can see the difference on the wood with and without that conditioner. Beautiful. So I'm going to continue along and just really go over this, like I said with the other piece, you know, really blend it in there, massage that down into your surfaces. This, I don't know if it is waterproof or not, but I'm not going to be using it with water in it, so that won't be a concern. And I just absolutely love the way that this vase is starting to look. It is definitely the look that I was going for in my home. Definitely. And if you can't find a wood piece for this, you know, kind of fake it. Just fake it with something that you have that may be plastic, you know, an old jug that you may have. What about an old pitcher that you're not using to drink from anymore? You can definitely do some type of a wood looking method on that if you would like. Yes. Now it is exactly how I envisioned it, and I'm going to show you how it will look when you get it fixed up. You want to put your decor in it. I've just grabbed some pieces that are thrifted pieces that I've had for a little while. I'm going to trim up what I need to trim. I'll grab some daisies from Dollar Tree and I'll add those. They're actually black-eyed Susans, I think. And I'll just add those to show you how we do it. Very simple. Nothing fancy, and no foam or anything in this project. You just poke them down in there. Very pretty.
The first project is an autumn sparkle wreath. All right, we're going to start off with a wreath form from Dollar Tree. I believe this is a 14-inch wreath. Yes, I'm going to use the one that is sort of a beige color because it's going to match what we're using. I've got some of these little picks that I thrifted, and they're gold and silver and just metallic looking. some of these acorns, and I think I have 5 of these, and some Dollar Tree Deco mesh, some ribbon, and I like the colors here, so this is the one I'm going to use. I think it looks good with the background. You're going to need some pipe cleaners, of course. We're going to take these pipe cleaners and set up this wreath base. So we're going to go across the center, as we do with most of our wreaths, right across the center there, all the way around. Just twist it tightly, and it's going to go across the second and third little rails there, right through the middle. And if you crisscross like this, see how it's going across? That will keep it from sliding around, because when we put the other ones on, they are going to be able to move around a little bit more freely. So this is how it looks when you get the first, I think those are six or 9. And then you're going to go on the outside, and we're going to go around the outside 2 rings, all the way around. And then on the inside, we're going to slide that middle ring over, the one that's furthest out, and we're going to put another one right here in the front. So each section will essentially have 3 pieces, one around the center, one around the inside, and one around the outside. See here? And the ones in the middle can slide back and forth if, don't be worried about that, because once you get those little poofs in there, it's going to lock it into place. Same thing here. We're going to go to the next section, slide it over, and put them on the inside. This just made it easier for me to get my placement right. Now, if you can just eyeball it and go in there and go ahead and do each one of them in order all the way around, then you just go right ahead and do it that way. Whatever makes it easy for you and whatever is going to get you crafting, you're going to do it that way, okay? But if you like the way this wreath turns out, then, this is the method that I used. So this is the inside. You can see how many we have here. Then there's the outside and the middle. We are going to be taking 3 rolls of this mesh, stacking them up, because we want this to be kind of thicker, a little more bulky, so that it really takes up some space. So what I'm doing is just gathering these 3 layers up together in my hand, where I have about a 2-inch tail here. So we have something to wrap and tuck. I'm just going to go around the middle section. But you can start wherever you like. If you put it in the middle, it's going to be a little easier to cover the tail and see those little shredded up ends. Alright, so we're going to go down and measure. And you're going to measure about 8 inches. Grab those up, and I've got them laid on the table where they are stacked one on top of the other, which makes it a little bit easier to unroll them. Now we're going to go to the one that is closest to that one and add it there, because these will slide around. They may slide out of place, but don't worry, you can slide them back where they belong. That is not a problem. Okay, so now we went to that one, so let's go to the very next one, and the very next one is on the outside. So we're going to take another poof of those 3 rolls, and we're going to go on to the outside. Now we're going to do this all the way around, and I will tell you that I had about a foot left probably on each of these little rolls, so it did take the entire 3 rolls to make this wreath, but it makes a very substantial or thick full wreath, and it's going to have a really beautiful presentation. Now don't be disturbed or discouraged by the fact that I put sparkle on there, because it's a very little bit of sparkle. Imagine in the fall when it is we're first starting to have those changes in the temperatures, and you wake up in the morning and there's that sparkly dew on the ground, or the little sparkle in the cool air. That's kind of what I was going for in this wreath. So that's the sparkle I mean. I don't mean we're going to throw a cup and a half of glitter at it. You see what I'm saying? You see how what I'm talking about here? We just want to have that little bit, that hint of it. Okay, once we go all the way around and get back in our original position, we're going to start pulling these apart. And all you have to do is reach on the inside and pull each little layer apart. This is going to help make it look fluffy and thick, and it's going to cover up the entire metal base that is up underneath there. Now you'll see here on one side it's all fluffed out and the other side is not, just so you get an idea And I did want to mention too that I used pipe cleaners that kind of matched what I had going on, so that if you saw any pieces of those, they would blend in a little bit better. But don't worry, that's just, see the difference there on the side that's fluffed and the side that's not? The pipe cleaners will be removed if we're not going to use them. But look at the difference here at how fluffy this wreath base is now. And certainly if you wanted to use different colors, you could definitely use different colors, but that looks very fall to me. Now I'm going to grab my ribbon and cut these into 9-inch pieces. And we're going to start making the little stacks that we use here for the little ribbon stacks, right? I'm going to cut those off, and then we will be dovetailing those. And I want to have one for each section. And then I'll add on some Dollar Tree ribbon to this. This is really pretty. It's the polka dots. I think this was from last year. Could have been from the year before, but I think it was from last year. We're going to do 7 inches with this. These ribbon stacks are going to be staggered, so they will not be the same way we usually do when all of them are the same length. But you can still do that process if that's what you prefer. It'll work just fine. Then we're going to take, I've got some gold mesh that I thrifted, and I'm just going to use that for a little something extra to bring out the gold that's in there. Dovetail that too, so there'll be 7 inches on top, 8 inches in the middle, and the bottom will be a 9-inch piece of ribbon. We're going to take those, squish them up on the side. You're just going to go right between those 2 top layers, and then push your fingers together. If you need to adjust, you can go ahead and adjust, and then put it down right in the middle of those pipe cleaners. Twist it around a couple of times, and this is how it is going to look. It's going to give it a little bit more dimension with the different lengths of the ribbon there, and it's just going to be a different look. You can use the same pipe, I guess, base with a bunch of variations. So it's important to me that you know how to make at least one wreath comfortably, and then you can continue on to make it your own way, add to it, take away from it, do what I do, don't do what I do, make it your own. You know, that's what we do here. We make it our own. Okay, so now we're going to continue around with these until we get all the way around. It's going to be nice and fluffy, and it is really going to change the profile of this wreath. And you can see here that we don't have a whole bunch of crazy glitter going on here. We just have that little bit of sparkle. It's going to keep going on until we get all the way around. Now, I ran out of the polka dots, so there was another ribbon there. You can see this one, and it had sort of like almost like a leaf that has a bunch of little hollow spots in it. You know, when they're starting to break down and they have all those little openings, they almost look like you can see through them. That's kind of how this one looks. Now this is like a more of a bronze color, so we have a bronze, we have a gold, we have copper, you know, all of those beautiful warm autumn colors. So I'm going to go along here and fluff those out. Now if you want to wait until you get all the way to the end to fluff, you can do that. Now since I only had enough of the polka dot to go halfway around, I just used the other half, cut the other half in the little webby looking stuff so that I would have enough to go all the way around the wreath, and I alternated. So there's like a bronze one and then one that has more of the copper, then bronze, then copper, then bronze, then copper, all the way around. And now since I'm not going to use my ties, I'm just going to go through here, fluff out these little ribbon stacks, and I'm going to remove any of the pipe cleaners that are left in here. Be sure that you give it an extra little twist just to ensure that when you cut it, you don't have your stack falling apart because you only twisted it one time and it pops loose as you are trying to fluff it. Go ahead and do some extra twist if you need to. You want everything to be secure in this wreath. So really, honestly, the way this wreath is made, if this is something that you wanted to do and just leave it exactly like this, you certainly could. You could just fluff out all your tails and leave it exactly the way that you see it right now. Or you can add to it. You can add some acorns to it. You can add some pine cones to it. You could add greenery or leaves in it if you want to. And in fact, I left in all that fluffing so you could see just how much work it really does take, what I really do. Okay, so just because the pick is on a wire doesn't mean you have to leave it that way. So I'm going to take the pieces off the pick. I'm also going to cut off the little section where they meet, and then I'm going to overlap them because I like the positioning of this better than them being far apart and standing straight up. So this is just kind of changing what they are a little bit. if you get what I'm saying. You buy flowers or artificial greenery and you buy them on a stem, then you can use them in that one stem, that one pick. Or you can cut the elements apart and use them however you like them. And so I'm just going to be sure here. I'm going to use 2 leaves, and I really didn't have enough to go completely around every section. So for me, I'm just working on the inside and the upper section. I'm not going to the outside section with the leaves. And then that gave me enough to cover. But by all means, go all the way around your wreath if you would like. You can also find greenery and little miniatures like this at Dollar Tree all the time during, at the time once they start getting their fall stuff out. And I can't wait to see what they have this year. So these are things that I've had since last year. This little set of pinecone ornaments came from the thrift store, but you can definitely find the little wooden ones, paint them, and use those. All right, I'm going to take a little cotton. This is just a little cotton string that I have, and I could have used jute, but I just wanted to use the cotton. I don't know why. I was just feeling it that day. And I'm going to put these 5 acorns on here. Now you notice that I did glue the tops down because I don't want those popping off, and they will pop off pretty easily. I'm going to go through the center here just for something different. Just different. Just something different, y'all. And I'm going to make almost like a little banner through the wreath so that you can see these acorns hanging down once you have them on your wall. It's just a little something different. It's just a little surprise thing, If you don't like it, don't do it that way. But this is how I made it my own. So, the videos are for inspiration to show you what you can do, and then by all means, go ahead and make it your own. Trim off any extra that you don't need, and that's what I have done here. I don't need those extra little pieces, so I'm just going to get them down, make them very neat. And then anytime you flip the wreath over, you're going to have to flip it back and kind of, fluff it out a little bit to make it nice and strong and have a really great look all together with no little extra overhangs. And you just want to make it look perfect. Go back and touch every piece of it and make it beautiful. We want it to live up to its full potential, and I'm very pleased with this wreath, and I really hope that you like it as well. The next is going to be a Dollar Tree autumn sign. So we are going to be using some black chalkboard paint from Dollar Tree and a brush, a variety of trims, whichever ones you like. Some are from Dollar Tree, some are ones that I've thrifted. You can see the differences here. Okay, and then we're going to use a Dollar Tree calendar from 2022. That's right, I hang on to stuff, y'all. I told y'all I hang on to stuff. And we're going to use this little sign from Dollar Tree. It's a little farmhouse sign that they have. Now, if you're looking for these signs, I didn't find them in the regular decor. I did not find them in the Crafters Square section. They were on an end cap with a bunch of other stuff that is farmhouse-esque, if that made sense to you. Okay, so I'm going to just untie the little bar from the top, take the ribbon off, or the string off, and I'm going to take off the ribbon, save the little tacks that went in it. They are indeed tacks. And I'm going to find placements for this calendar page on here. I'm going to attach it down with a little bit of this school glue. The school glue in the stick like this, to me, really makes a difference when it comes to things that will bow. If you put Mod Podge or wet school glue, the white kind, and you put it on some MDF like this that's thin, it can cause it to bow a little bit more. So using this is almost like you're putting something dry on top that's an adhesive, and it doesn't make the MDF material draw up. Just in my opinion, that's what I have found in my experimentation with different types of decoupaging and stuff like that. So you just use whatever method works best for you, and this works for me. I'm going to cover that up, and then I'm going to try to kind of eyeball where the center would be. I like to use my fingers and kind of push them along the edge here too, so I can see if it needs to be moved before I press it down. Then I'm going to just take my hands and press sort of inside outward, and then I'll take the little squeegee and I'll start working on it. Now, it didn't have any wrinkles in it because it's not wet, and but sometimes you will catch a little bubble or something in there, and you can just go ahead and scrape that out from the center to the outside so the air has a place to go. It can escape out the side. Now I'm going to flip it over and cut off whatever is left. Now the beauty of this, in my opinion, one of the beauties, is that you do not have to wait for that school glue to dry to go ahead and do this step. And that makes it great for me to get these videos out to y'all is to show you how you can do it a little bit quicker, so you don't have to wait all day in between your crafts to get things done. I like to get in there and just get it done, you know? Okay, so there was a lot of glue on this little hanger stick. I'm just going to use a little emery board here, and I am going to go over that and try to cut down on the glue that is there. I'm not so concerned about it that I have to go and get Goo Gone and alcohol and heat and all that. I'm not, because this is rustic, so I'm totally cool with it. I even went completely down it, made a bunch of scratches in it to really make it look older. I am going to just make this edge nice and clean by going over it with the same emery board that we filed the other one down with. It looks like I am really just struggling here, but I wasn't. Just use, you know, normal pressure to get that off of there. And now I'm trying to decide what I want to use across the top, because yes, there is a little extra room up there. And I thought it would be really nice if we added something that would make it look like it was meant to be made that way. So I'm taking some of this trim that I have. You can buy the sections of trim at the Dollar Tree Crafter Square, and you can find any type of ribbon that you want for the top. I wanted to try to find something that looked like it went together, and the spacing in the open weave on this ribbon it kind of matches the other one, you know, and the coloring kind of matches the other one. And that was kind of what I was going for, not kind of. Y'all have to forgive me if I repeat myself. My memory since I hit menopause has just gone down the hill so fast. It's kind of ridiculous. Y'all pray for me. I feel like I'm losing it sometimes, but hormone therapy has begun. So hopefully pretty soon your girl will be straight again. Can you only imagine if I had all my wits about me what we could come up with together on this channel? Can you even imagine? Oh my goodness. Okay, so now I'm just going to tack these down because I like how they had it hanging. So we're going to use the same method, or mechanism if you will, that they used. And I'm just going to fold it back over and do the same thing. I'm going to go about 1 inch from the edge, fold it over. I am going to use some hot glue, but I also want to put those tacks back in there because I really like the look of that. I want to make sure that the length of the folds or the loops there on the top are the exact same length, because if they are not the same length, they won't hang level. And no, I can't do that. We have to have a nice level. If you want it to look like it is boutique or store-bought or, you know, really nice, then you're going to have to do those little extra things. You're going to have to do those extra things. It doesn't take a lot of extra time to do it. Just be sure that you double check. You want them to be even, okay? Now, and mine was not, so I had to pull up a little bit. My glue was still wet because it's hot glue, so I was able to do that. I'm going to take my little tack. It's like an upholstery nail or brad, I guess you would call it. I'm going to put it in the end and then push it in. I'm going to do the same thing with the other one, and then I also grabbed my hammer and tapped it 1 time each on each side. That way I wanted to make sure that nothing came loose. Then that little rod can be put right back in the hanger. And then you can decide how you want to, what type of a hanger that you want to use on the top. Do you want to use more ribbon? Do you want to use jute? And I decided to use this thicker, it's like a braided type ribbon. You can use jute, you can use baker's twine, you can use the original stuff that came off of here. You can just put that back on if you want. I just really like the idea of being able to buy things that don't cost a lot of money and turning them into something that you maybe wouldn't even have ever thought came from the Dollar Tree. That you would never have even thought, you know, it just boggles your mind sometimes what you can come up with. And I'm always encouraging y'all, please, 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 always make it your own. Make it exactly like you like it, and as perfect as you like it. I was looking at it because as I was saying, you need to be sure you make it straight and get it level. What did I do? I did not get it straight and level. But it does get fixed. You just be sure you do it right the first time. Let me do the goof ups and then I'll tell you how to do it right. How about that? Okay, so let's add a little bit of extra here. Let's continue down. We don't want all the fun to be up top. Let's go ahead and continue down and put it on the tailgate here. It's the same braided ribbon that I used on the top to make the hanging section, and I'm going to use that for the end. And what I like about it is Once you place it down, you can kind of maneuver it a little bit. It's almost like a flat tube. So you can kind of pull the weave out just a little bit. And that's what you see me doing with the fingers here, to press it down and pull it out. So you can really see the beauty of that particular weave. I'm going to also box it in by putting some right here at the top. And then I can add another one right along the bottom and glue that into place, trimming up our corners so they're nice and tight. We want this to look as square as we can make it look without measuring it. And we're going to do the same down here. You could hang a wreath off the back. You could put some artificial pumpkins, the little cut-out pumpkins. You could color those and put them in the back of the truck to give it some more dimension, however you like to do it. I'm not going to go all out on here. I just want you to know what you can do and how you can make it look nice. I decided to add one more layer of that open weave from up top that we used on our hangers. I'm just going to add that down right next to there. And to me, that makes it look a little more balanced. And so now the thing will look like it's kind of in the middle. I'm going to put a little bow on the bottom. By all means, skip this part if you don't want to do it. It just looked kind of silly to me to be down there, and there was nothing down there. It's like a little dip of blue and then nothing. So I am going to add a little bow to it. Don't do this if you don't want to. Add a pumpkin to it. Put this on the tailgate. However you want to do it, you do it. I'm so glad that y'all are enjoying the Halloween and that you enjoyed the Christmas in July. But now it is time for fall and Halloween, and then Christmas will be back. Christmas will be back later, so be sure that you subscribe so you do not miss it. See, I'm going to put that right there on the end. And if y'all have heard about the Crafty Cruise, I'm going to put that information down in the description box, and I want y'all to go check it out. Because it's a great opportunity for us to get to meet each other and talk and ask questions and just really see the face behind the channel for several different channels. We would love to see you there. Okay, so this is how it is going to look. And let's not forget, you're going to want to paint the back of it. You're going to paint it or you're going to cover it with fabric so that now it's ready to give away or to be hung up. The next is going to be a trio of fairy baskets. I've got some thrifted greenery, and I also have some greenery from Temu. These sunflowers came from Temu. These are some table scatter pieces, or like a potpourri set thing. I've got all kinds of extra thrifted greenery and ferns, and these look a little fallish. They got little tips are brown. We're going to use foam and some green grass mat, and we're going to use, these are the 3 little baskets that I got from the thrift store, from the Goodwill bins. We're also going to need a little pick to stand with, some more table scatter of whatever sort you want to use. It's just going to be a big variety of stuff. And then these beautiful flower fairy pieces that I got from Temu. Not sponsored. I have to say that every time I use the stuff that is not sponsored. So here are an example of some of the beautiful little pieces. These are just like a vinyl type thing or a PVC type stuff, but they don't have any adhesive on them at all. So you can really use them for a bunch of different things. I'm going to pick 3 of these little beautiful fairies to be featured in this video. And these are the 3 that I'm going to choose because they look mostly like fall to me. We're going to cut down foam of whatever type that you have. You can use thrifted foam, you can use Dollar Tree foam, you can use foam out of a box of stuff that you get from a store. It doesn't matter. I'm going to fill in that bottom. We want to bring it up to level, or almost level. And then we're going to use a variety of different base coverings. So we'll use moss on some, and we'll use some of this moss mat, I guess is what it's called. You can use AstroTurf, that greenish type of stuff, whatever you choose to use. And then there's also moss in a variety of colors, and you could certainly use Spanish moss here if you wanted to. But I like that, you know, we're going into fall. It is not completely fall. With this decor, it is definitely in the heat of summer right now, but you know, as far as the decor goes, this is kind of more of a summer to fall piece, I guess you could say. Now the moss that I have here I got from Dollar Tree, and it is like a brown color moss, but I really like it for the fall stuff. I think it makes a great base for this one. Now I'm going to also use the green mat to go in the round one. And I just like to use a little hot glue and use some type of a stick or something or a tool to kind of poke in the edges so that they go down and you don't see an edge and I don't have to continue to cut. Now this is a beautiful succulent piece that I got from the thrift store, and I think it is gorgeous. So I'm going to put it to the side. I know I want to use it, and I'm going to grab up the other things that I think I might want to use and sort of put those into piles that are going to coordinate so that we can get our little miniature fairy pieces together. So I'm adding a tiny bit on the stick and then on the base where her feet are, so she has some way to stand. And I'll start taking these pieces of greenery and making some type of little home for her. So I'm going to just place these in here. I do not know what these are called. Do y'all know what these are? I don't know what they're called. They almost look like what we call gumballs from the trees around where we live here in southern Alabama. And I know they have those trees in Mississippi and Louisiana. They look sort of like that, but they almost look like a berry. I don't know, but they're beautiful as far as crafting. I like these types of things when it comes to fairy, magical, or, mystical type things, because they have that surreal look, that otherworldly look that I think is so beautiful with the imagination that goes along with making fairy decor. All right, so I'm going to place these down. I like the idea of this being kind of partly on one side of the handle and partly on the other side of the handle. I'm going to cut down these pieces. I can make them shorter and I can leave some tall. That's going to give some dimension. I can also use pieces that I've already cut off and add those. If you have a scrap pile, you can use your little scraps from your greenery for that. So now we have all of that little succulent down in there in different sections. I love how it's hanging down on one side. Very cute. And I'm going to add some of these little orange flowers. And she has an orange gown and some orange in her wings. She's got that beautiful honey-colored hair. So I want to add some of that in there. And plus, it's fall, so we want to have some fall in there with the beautiful purples. How cute is she? And we're going to do 3 of those. And I'd really like to know which one that you like best. That'd help me a lot in the future with making videos. Oh, she's a cutie. I would love to be there. She's looking up in there. So cute. Okay, so now let's go to the next one. This is our little square basket. We've already got him glued down. So we have a little fella there. I'm going to use some eucalyptus. You can get these types of eucalyptus picks and also that bittersweet that's laying there at the Dollar Tree. Also, the little orange flowers laying there are from the Dollar Tree as well. The piece that I'm putting in now is just a little scrap piece of something that I thrifted. We're going to add those pieces in. I like to add different heights, different levels, kind of keeping it in the same color family as far as seasonal. But I definitely like to add little surprises here and there, Now I don't want these to fall out, so I'm just going to kind of add them to the side and add a little hot glue. And if you need to hold it in place for a minute or so, go ahead and hold it in place so that nothing falls over until the glue begins to set up. I still want it to be nice and neat. I look at this at a perspective of almost like if you could shrink yourself down and go into the picture. What would I like? What would I like around me? And then I think about fairies and all that innocence and magic that goes along with that. And what would make them happy? What would I like to see with them? What would I imagine that they would have all around them? So in this scatter, I have some little things that look like pumpkins. They're not pumpkins, but they look like it. So why don't we just do a pumpkin patch in here? Maybe it's even some wild pumpkins growing. So I'm just going to add those down there. And they're just going to be here and there, just in some little open spaces. Be sure, like I've told y'all before, pick it up. Let's look at it from all levels, all sides. See what's going on. Are there any little peekaboo places where you can add a little something special that's unexpected? Add something. Look how adorable he is. Now the idea is to get him standing up where it looks like his feet are holding him up rather than the stick. So you don't want to see the stick, shove that all the way down in the foam. And look how adorable. Yeah, this one is really cute too. Love the dimension in here. Okay, the next one is going to be the round basket. This is a little girl we're going to use. I'm going to take a larger pick. I'm going to pull these little squiggles out because to me that looks like Halloween, not fall. And I'm going to take this pick apart. You can cut it into pieces and then you can use each little individual piece however you like. And I love the idea of us having all different levels of height in here. You know, when you look at the forest floor, you see all different heights. You see little short mushrooms, you see trees that have fallen over, and you also see vines that climb the trees, and you see very, very tall trees that have been around for ages and ages. We want to see all that interest reflected in these little homes, dioramas, habitats, whatever you want to call it. So you can add your little flowers here and there. I'm also going to add some of these pine cone looking pieces here and there because I think the sunflowers are really pretty, almost a showstopper in this one. However, she is going to be hidden in here and she's going to have a very nice little playground going on, so keep watching so you can see what we do. Now I've added bittersweet as well, and you just take those off the pick, you know, pull them off. If anything needs to be cut off, you can cut those off, and then you can just add some pieces here and there so that you know, you get that representation of color. See the beautiful pops of color there? I've just taken that off, put it on an extra little piece, and then look where she is. Look where I put her on the side. She's right there by the handle, you see? All right, let's make her something fun. This looked like a slide to me, and it has a little lip on the edge of it that fits perfectly on the basket. We're gonna just go with that and make it look like she's been playing and now she's just sitting down. Look at that, that's so cute. And I'm gonna put a pine cone, a little mini pine cone, right in the bottom of that loop of her little slide. And I'll add some pieces of that beautiful fern just to give it a little difference in texture. Yeah, yes, I like that. I like that very much. And those colors are so pretty with the dark green and that little pop of color. Now, since we can't make this stand up, but I want it to look like a little bundle, I'm going to use a twist tie. I've never done this particular thing before. I usually use wire, but I thought, hey, let's use the twist ties and see how they work. So I'm going to cinch it up really, really tight above those little caps that stick to the wire stems. So they're right above that. Now it's going to make like a little triangle. I'm going to add the hot glue, and that's going to give us a wider base when we put this down so that it can stand up on its own. Hold it in place until it is dry. And then I'm just going to add in some random bittersweet pieces here and there all the way around. Isn't that adorable? I think it's cute, and I think it's adorable that she looks like she's getting ready to go down the slide. Look at that. You can be sure to, of course, bend your wires back and forth. Again, I want it to look like she's sitting because she's a sitter and not standing. Make it look like she's sitting there. I'm going to add some extra pine cones around her until it looks as comfortable and cozy as I like it. And I think that's pretty good. I love that. That's so sweet. I can't wait to decorate with these. They're probably going to be in my curio cabinet in my little secretary. Very pretty. Here's that cruise I was talking about, y'all. February 24th through the 29th, 2024. Space is limited. Go down in the description box and check it out. So this is going to be a Dollar Tree 3-sided lantern. We're going to use 3 of these pieces. I'm going to be using the white ones for this video. I'm going to use my staple gun with a 1/4 inch staples. And then here are the 3 frames I'm using. There are also bronze and black. This is a little thrifted box, but you're going to get one probably at Dollar Tree, and here's the measurement for you. So you can get something similar. It is square, and you can see that this is going to fit nicely. So I'm going to take it with the face outward, and I'm going to staple across the bars to hold this in place. I feel like the staples are going to do a much better permanent job holding these in place than if I used glue, because too much moving around would probably make these pop off, and I'm not interested in having a failed craft project. So we're going to do what we know works. A staple is going to hold this where it needs to be. There is a little black mark on the end of this, so you can see right where you want to put that staple. Makes it very convenient. Okay, so now we've got two sides done, and let's go ahead and do the back side. We're going to do the third side here, and we're going to do it exactly, we're going to do exactly the same way. I hit my knee on the table, y'all. Okay, so now as I'm doing this, I'm trying to decide how to make this work, and y'all, this will bend perfectly to make an arch across the top. This is going to take a little patience, but we're going to make this work. We are definitely making this work. So once I have it sort of curved here so I know how I want to put it together, I'm going to grab my E6000. You can see I'm grabbing a bubble here. And I'm going to go from the bottom all the way up to where the top starts. Or the little arch stops. That's as far up as we need to go. I'm going to add this. I'm really going to put it in tight. I'm using that painter's tape here to hold it where it is close enough to being square, so that while the glue is drying, the pieces won't move and it will dry completely as I want it to be. And then after it's dry, you can layer it with a little bit of hot glue, which I did just to be on the safe side, and I pulled all my tape off. So this is what we have so far. These little panels come with little hangers here. We're going to use those hangers to help us in forming the top of this. I'm wrapping some jute through here, and I'm just going to pull these pieces together and tie this in a couple of knots. You're going to have to hold the string because it'll want to pull apart, and I'm making sure that the panels are where they need to be before I secure them all the way down. Because one panel will have to overlap. Generally, that back panel, I believe I have sitting over these side panels. Yes, I do. So keep that in mind. One of them is going, if you want this to look nice and neat, you're going to have to make sure that you take your time bending this, and you can see that it's kind of flexing on the right here, but you don't have to worry about that because we can bend that back out once we get it tied. I'm trying to grab it so I don't let the knot slip, and I did it successfully. Then you're going to add a couple of knots in it and then wrap your string around it. I'm going to grab my antiquing wax because we're going for rustic fall here. Really want to make this look much more aged. What you see now is like a gold rub on it, and I would rather have a little antique look on this. So I want the antique waxing look, and I'm going to use my chippy brush, and I'm going to tap some of it off. And I don't want really strong lines anywhere, so I'm just going to tap a little bit off, and I'm going to use this to go over and age the inside. It's going to be a little easier for you to see once we do the outside. I'll also be doing the box on the bottom as well, the front, and all the pieces that you can see. So when you're using wax like this, if you get a line that's a little too strong for your taste, just rub it back off. It's not dry yet, so all you have to do is rub it right back off. Blend it in, rub it off. All of it makes it look like part of the aging process, which to me just really makes it look great for what we're doing. Okay, so now we went over that too, and here I'm just showing you how I did the entire bottom of it. Be very careful. It's going to be hard for you to find a place to put your hand, and that wax will come off until it's dry. I did let it dry overnight. This is an ornament that I got thrifting. I thought it was absolutely beautiful. It's got some little chips on it, but it really doesn't bother me. We're going to start putting together this beautiful little candle box, or this little lantern. I'm using scraps. That's it. These are pieces of scraps that I have. I'm going to use a little block of wood to be a riser, and I'm going to put a flameless candle in there, sitting on top of that riser. I want it to be at a little bit different of a level. If you want it to be a platform, you can flip that box over in the other direction and it can be a platform. But I like the idea of, possibly not gluing things down or gluing as little as possible and being able to use this little lantern for multiple projects. I'm just going to take some pieces and place them in there. I want to kind of go with the colors I'm already using and the colors that are in that beautiful little bronze owl. So I'm adding these picks that came from Dollar Tree last year, and then some other little picks, and I'm just going to kind of show you along the way how that's going to look. You can see I've wrapped that top up nice and tight with that extra string. We're going to make a little riser for our owl friend, and I'm just using 2 little pieces of these stumps that came from Dollar Tree in a bag. Love using their little wood pieces. And then you can place it on the inside, and you can also glue it on the inside. I used some antiquing wax on that top so it would change the color. And we're going to continue to add until it is something that is close to what we think would be a completed project. You know, I'm always going to show you a little extra if I can, or show you something a little less, but always give you ideas for how you can use it. I want to use a little bit of hot glue and some extra leaves on this and make it look like the owl is just sitting on a little pile of leaves. And I'll just glue him down there, and he is glass, so he is a little breakable thingy. You can see I'm holding it there for a minute because I really don't want it to break. And then when we turn on our candle, by the way, make sure you've got batteries in your candle and that it works so you don't break your heart when you get to the end and can't finish your project. Now we need a finial. So many ideas of different things you can use, but I love this that I pulled off of a thrifted piece. It's a little, like a cabinet pull, and I think it looks good with this. So I'm going to add some hot glue and then put that right on top. And it is resin. I did hold it for a minute to make sure that it dried. And then just to embellish the top or continue the look up, I'm going to add little stacks of leaves on the top. I got 3 on one side, and we'll have 3 sort of on the other side. I think this turns out really pretty. Remember that table scatter? Here's some more of it. Grab some pine cones, some acorns, whatever you like, and put that down in the inside where you can see them. And then I'm going to add a little pine cone right on the top just because I felt like it. I just felt like it. Our first project is going to be a mushroom picture. We're going to get back to my rustic roots, y'all. We're going to take some matte Mod Podge, brush, a couple of brushes actually. We're going to use oatmeal chalk paint, Waverly antiquing wax, these beautiful wall decals that I got from Temu, not sponsored, and this little dog or cat tray. Yes, we're going to use this little pet placemat. Of course, we're going to start by taking off of our stickers, so take those off. Then you're going to wipe it down, preferably with something like alcohol, to make sure that all of the oils and the gunk and fingerprints are off of it. Then I'm going to take a 60 grit sandpaper, and I don't have a round sander, so I just use these by hand. And I'm going to use this to bite through all of that smooth, shiny stuff on this mat. It's a little bit more difficult to paint on a shiny surface than it is for something that is roughed up, and since I like the rustic stuff, we're going to really age it and make it rustic. So we're going to start off by getting the sandpaper and just going all over it. I've kind of done it in a grid, so side to side, flip it around and do it the other way. So we have sort of a crosshatch situation going on. I'm also going to get the corner of the paper and go right down in the cracks, because when you paint this, I want it to be a nice finish all over, nice even finish. So then we're going to wipe it off, and we will put our Mod Podge down. Now I put the Mod Podge down just to help the paint to adhere. That's the main reason that I did this. But pleasant surprises are everywhere in crafting, and wait till you see. Just wait till you see. So I'm going to use my brush here. I'm going to go around, make sure that I get it in all of the little cracks there. And we are on the reverse side. We're not using the little cute little paw print side. We're using the reverse side. And this is such a beautiful shape, I think, for a sign, and that's what I thought when I saw it. So nice large sign. And then here it is once it's dried. You can see all the little cut marks in there, or the scratch marks. Perfect, just what we want. And we're going to decide which of these that we want. Not the color, which mushrooms we want. So I'm just going to go through here. It makes it easier for me to cut it out into sections that I can work with. So I'm just going to go out and cut out all of these individual mushroom pieces, and then I'll choose a few that are going to fit on that sign. All right, so I've chosen my ones that I'm going to use, and I'm going to add some of this oatmeal chalk paint. Absolutely love this color. It is like a greenish undertone to it, but it's like a beige color. I just absolutely love it. Beautiful. So I'm going to take a brush and go all the way over this. I'm going to use a nice even coat. Be sure if you get brush hairs in there, you pick them out. And go all the way over this. I'm also going to get down in those little cracks where the lip of that tray is, or the placemat, whatever you want to call it, and make sure that everything is covered. And you can bump around on the sides too, so nobody can see. While it is wet, when you get that coat on there, you're going to take like a little sponge brush of some sort and just pop it up and down. Now the reason we do this is because those little paw prints on the back side are pressed into this, and you can still see a shadow of that, and I would like to sort of blend that out, and by pouncing this around it adds some texture. And with the amount of chalk paint, which I put a pretty thick coat on there, that's going to allow us to get some texture and blend out the little indentions where or blur out the indentions where the paw prints are stamped in on the back side. But look, as it started to dry, it started to crackle. Now I thought my Mod Podge was completely dry underneath, but apparently not. So I'm just going to go with that. I like that. Look at it. I wasn't even trying to form a crackle here, but it is absolutely beautiful. So we're going to leave it there. Yep. If you don't want a crackle finish, you might want to choose maybe spray paint for yours. Make a nice even finish. Now you're going to seal it. I'm using chalk paint, so I want to seal it, and I've sealed it before I put my stickers down. And I want to make sure that when I put these down, they are arranged in a way that is, it looks good together. So I'm going to start with this one in the middle. Working in the middle helps me make sure that everything is spaced the way it should be. Now I'm using these exactly on the sheeting that they came on, but if you want to, go ahead and fussy cut around there. That will, kind of get rid of the little edges that you still see. But y'all, when you go buy home decor anywhere, you can see where they stamp. You can see where they apply things. So, it's not that big of a deal. Not to me, but if you would like to fussy cut, by all means, go ahead and do yours. We're going to do a lot of things on here that's going to kind of take the shininess out, and that will help kind of distract from the fact that we have these like a clear area over our mushrooms. Okay, so this little leaf would have overlapped, and since they're you can kind of see through them, you would be able to see the fern through the back of this oak leaf. So I'm going to cut that oak leaf off. It could be used in another project or somewhere else. I'm also going to cut out the rose hips just very easily. You can see, and you can fussy cut this same way on your backing, of course. But then I'm going to peel it off, find its position, and then I like to try to put the center down first, but you better be sure, because if you put it down on a painted surface, like a chalk painted surface, and you have to reposition it, it will probably peel up your paint. So just be cautious of that. Then I'm going to take this one and add it. Now, if you would prefer something that looks much more vibrant, go ahead and paint the back of yours white. You can certainly do that. But I love this rustic look, and it just reminds me of something, I don't know, from the 70s or 80s, which I'm going with that. I'm just going to go with it on this project, right? Sometimes the crafts just pick themselves. They come to life in their own way, and you've got to kind of go with that feeling. So that's what we're going to do here. Now I'm going to add these little rose hips right down here where the other one is. There we go. Look how nicely these fit on here, and what a beautiful shape. All right, I'm going to take the backing of my paper just like you would if you used a rub-on transfer, and it's slick, so I'm just going to use that to help kind of push it down. Again, I don't want to interfere with my crackle background, and if I use like a, you know, some type of like a credit card or a squeegee or something, it might pick the flakes up from that crackling. I don't want that to happen, right? We went through all the trouble of sealing it. We don't want that to happen. So you see the difference in the sheen there. When it's not in direct light, you don't really notice it. Now you can go ahead and seal this in, or you can use Mod Podge to seal it in. That's what I chose to do here. So I am going to go over the entire thing. I'm going to make sure that all of my edges are done. And don't worry, once the Mod Podge is dry, you're not going to see the differentiation between the decal and the backing, so don't worry about that. I'm going to make sure certainly that I go around all of the edges of the sticker so that everything stays down. I'm going to go also around the lip, the entire surface, y'all. It's just like if you were painting the thing over again, whole thing. And we're going to let it dry. Now we're going to antique it. So I'm just going to take my little chippy brush and I'm going to put on some of that wax on that brush. Then I'm going to tap some of it off and start on this picture. I want this to look old. I want it to look rustic and just really woodsy and, you know, I don't know, almost in the mind of going into some dark academia, you know, really pretty. Just, this would be beautiful, I think, in a library. Just really, really pretty. And then go over all the little cracks. Now, if you don't shop at Temu, that's fine. Again, not sponsored, but you can get wall decals just about anywhere now. And you can certainly get them at Dollar Tree, you know, and you can use the one with the white background if you want to, especially if you're using a white surface. Also be on the lookout for things like window clings that you can use. I've done lots of projects with window clings and they're so easy, and the artwork is always, you know, really nice. I think from Dollar Tree they have some really nice options. So look at this. I even have a streak across two of them, and it came from a placemat. How about that? So we need a way to hang this up, don't we? I'm going to use my glue gun to make the holes. I'm going to grab my ruler here and go 2 inches in and about maybe 1/4 of an inch, 1/2 an inch down. And I'm just going to push the tip and hold the tip there, and then as it goes through, I'm going to kind of twist a little bit so that it gives a nice, smooth, and rounded surface when you pull it out. Look at this. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Perfect. I love that. And then I'm going to go on the other side, 2 inches in, and do the same thing. Well, approximately. You know what I mean. You know how I am with the numbers. And I'll press down till it starts to go, and then I'll twist it. If you don't twist it, you may come out with some gunk stuck on there, and then it'll look kind of gross, and you'll have to clean it out a little bit more. So this is just the easiest way that I've found in my experimentation. And I'm going to take some more of my thrifted rope. You can definitely get pieces of rope at Dollar Tree, or you could use ribbon, or you could use jute, whatever you choose on your projects. And I've decided I want to put it through the back and then put a knot on the front. It's a rustic look, it's a farmhouse type of look, and I think it looks really good with the style of
this particular sign that we're creating. Okay, so we did that one, and we're going to go in here and make another knot on this side. Very easy, just a simple knot. We don't even have to double knot it because it's bigger than the hole, so it won't slide through. Nice and sturdy, see there? Nice and sturdy. If you don't want those to slip, you can add a little hot glue to hold it in place. And you should also know that the back needs to be covered if you intend to give it away, or, you know, if it's not just on a flat wall where nobody's going to see it, for your own joy, you know. Okay, so the next one is going to be a squirrel picture. This one I love it. We're going to have some paint brushes. You know we got to paint. I got a tassel that I was so inspired by, and I have some sheepskin chalk paint. This is a little roll that comes in the middle of the decals, and it's foam. I'm going to have some greenery. I'm going to put something that will transition into fall, as well as these beautiful flowers that look like they are dried flowers. Love the look of it, very rustic. This little pan that I've thrifted and had forever. Not even sure what this pan is. And this beautiful decal that I got from Temu. So cute. All y'all have to do when you go over to Temu is just put in wall decals, and then you can find all these. And look, this tassel happens to match beautifully with this squirrel. So we're going to start off by, of course, cleaning our surface. So this was thrifted. It has been cleaned and wiped down and dried. Now I'm going to take my sheepskin paint. I'm going to put way too much on it because you know me, that's how I do. But you can take that out. You can take your excess out once you get your good coat on there. And then I'm going to go around my edge. And because I can't get a straight edge, I'm just going to go up and just hold that brush to it and turn it. And it's going to make a nice smooth divider halfway up of that sheepskin color. You see? Good straight line. Once it's dry, this is how it will look. And we will decide where we want our squirrel to go. Now, it is a little bit too big, but I'll show you how you fix that. I'm going to find my placement. Now, I don't want to put it down until I'm sure, so I take my time with this. And I'm going to let it drop where the squirrel's belly is, and then work toward the outside, and I'm going to push that down. I'm going to use my straight blade here to trim off the part that is going up the side. And if you're careful with it and you don't tear it, you can apply that piece somewhere else. All right, and then you can do the same thing on the other side if you need to. I'm just going to go ahead and take that extra piece and put it up this side. Now, you know I like to give y'all a lot of options. I like to give you a simple option. This would be completely perfect as is if you don't want to do anything else to it. Very budget friendly, gorgeous, very pretty, transitioning into fall. I love this. It would be very cute. You could even use it as a tray if you sealed it. However, we're going to do a little more because we want our things to be unique as well as budget friendly. So I'm going to take a piece of that styrofoam that was the inside of where the rolled decals were. I'm going to cut a section off, and then I'm going to cut it in half. You don't have to do all this. I'm just doing it this way because I had it, and you know it's free, right? It came with it. It's free. I'm going to use it. So I'm going to cut it in half. Then I'll take some of my nano tape, or some people, what else is it called? Not Gorilla Tape. Animal, beast, something. Anyway, and it's sticky on both sides, so I'm going to peel the backing off once I get it cut about how I want it. And it will try to stick to your fingers, but what you have to do is press down really hard on the surface you want it to stick to, and it will cling on there. Then I can make it malleable so I can get it down in the pan, and it's going to stick nicely to that aluminum pan, because y'all, I'm telling you, hot glue sometimes will just break away from it and your items will fall apart. But I'm having really good luck with this tape so far, but I'll let you know. If it starts to come apart, I'm going to let you know about that too. You can get stuff like that at Walmart, and you can get it from Temu. I got mine from Temu, and then I have some that I thrifted. Didn't know what it was, but now I know, I use it. So I'm just going to start adding in flowers on the bottom because I want this to look like a little arrangement. This way, it's going to look like the little squirrel is peeking out of a pile of flowers and greenery
and he's, you know, kind of hiding there in the background. You know how squirrels are. If you've ever watched a squirrel, if they don't see you, they'll just do their business. But when they look at you, if they see you looking at them, they freeze. So just imagine this little squirrel with his nut up in the tree. You come out and slam the door, and he's frozen in the tree looking at you like, oh goodness, what now? I love it. What a cute little squirrel. And you see the difference, how rich and beautiful that picture looks on a lighter colored background? It's all in the look that you're going for, right? It's whatever you're going for. Okay, I'm going to let you watch this, and I'm going to remind you about the cruise. I hope I'm not driving y'all nuts about this cruise, because you cannot know how excited me and my friends are about doing this and getting to meet y'all and actually crafting together. I mean, we're going to have a room where we can all craft together, and you know, we'll be able to relax around the boat. You know, we can eat together. Y'all can ask us questions. You know, it's just going to be so much fun. So if you have not signed up for the cruise yet, feel free, no pressure, but feel free to go down into the description box. Click on that link that I'm going to leave for you, the Crafty Cruise Getaway, and check out the information that is there for you. We've got an awesome, one of the door prizes is a heat press that is wonderful. I own one of my own, and I absolutely love it. I've had other presses before, but this one is the best and easiest to use. So anyway, about that, but be sure you check out that link when you're done watching this video, okay? I would love to meet you there. So these flowers and this greenery, I think, scream late summer, early fall. What do you think? If you're not into starting with a little bit of fall decor, you know, make it however you like it. Make it your own. That's what this channel's all about, right? So I cut the little hanger off of the tassel there, and I'm just going to glue it right on the lip of that pan between those flowers. It's going to kind of cover up the handle down there. Not that I'm doing that intentionally. I like that it's a tray, no problem. But I like it. I like it right there underneath there. It kind of elongates it, makes it sort of a bigger presence as far as a piece of art on your wall. I think it's super, super cute. I wanted to be sure I used all of those pieces of florals, so I added a little here and there. And doesn't he look like he's peeking out? Oh, I love it. So the same rope that we used before, we're going to use that now. And I'm just going to tie it and push it down. There's a little dip where the handle goes on. You know how pans are. They have that little dip where they screw in or weld it in. So I'm just going to take advantage of that. I'm going to add some glue and a knot and then press it down where it's sort of jammed into there. Partly in and partly out. I put the glue on there to keep it from twisting as I am twisting this on. This is so simple, this part, y'all. You just twist, twist, twist. And in any places that there's a bend or you think that you're going to get a gap or you just need to have a break in the twisting, add a little bit of hot glue and it won't unravel. And that's so easy to do. You can actually use cool glue if you want to. Put it between two of the loops or two of the wraps, push them together, and then continue around, making sure there's no gaps in there. Once it's done, we're going to get back on this side and I'm going to show you how. You're going to push it down in there and then slow motion, we're going to make a knot. You see the knot that I'm doing here. Don't know the name of the knot. I'm not a sailor. But there's a knot right there. My husband can probably tell us that. He probably knows that kind of stuff. I'm going to cinch it down, add a little bit of hot glue before I cut it, just to be on the safe side. Pressing everything down there together. And the rope is pretty much glued onto itself, not the pan really. And look at that. Yes, I love the rope on there. You could continue around with rope right around the outside lip if you wanted to, but I like the metal and I like all the elements. The next is going to be a sunflower tray. All right, we're going to use some walnut wood tint from Home Decor. We're going to use some Waverly pumpkin chalk paint. I'm also going to use some folk art chalk paint and sheepskin. A couple of different brushes. We definitely need chippy brushes. Some school glue. Yes. Sanding paper, sanding block or sanding board, emery board. Another sheet of decals, also from Temu. And look at this one. Oh, beautiful. And then we're going to use a puzzle box from Melissa and Doug. Now, it was either a puzzle box or it had a little farm set in it. You know, I think my son had one of these when he was young. It is about 14 inches by about 10 inches. Okay, just to give you an idea if you don't know what you're working with. I find these boxes all the time at the thrift store. All the time, y'all. All the time. People passing by, I'm grabbing them up. I also use them for storage with my supplies in my craft room, and I love it. Okay, so we're going to sand it down. There are some little areas with paint and crayon. You know how kids are. I'm going to clean it up really, really well with antibacterial wipe. Also, you could use, you know, any alcohol hand wipes or some alcohol, whatever you want to use. Then I'm going to cover the back in black because I couldn't get that sticker off and it was driving me nuts, so I just made it black. We're just going to disguise it. Nobody's going to look under my tray anyway. You know what I say about people picking up stuff and looking on the back of them in my house. You just go right on back to your house then where everything's perfect because it's not here. But you know what? It brings me joy. So we're going to leave it just like I like it because I made it my own. Yes, ma'am. All right. So we're going to use this like a wax. What I love about this, or like a stain, is that it doesn't have odor. Like there's no high odor like you would get with some type of stains that you use on wood. It does not have that. Not stinky, fast dry time, and you can get it off your hands and your table, you know, and I like that about this. Love that rich dark color too. It's just, yes. Look how much better that looks already. But don't worry about the bottom because the bottom is sort of like pressed wood or something. So it's not real pretty. You're not going to see a lot of grain on it, but it'll be covered up. I'm going to add down some of that school glue and attempt with my brush to get as even a coat of glue as I can. I'm fairly new to the crackle paint scene. I do remember it from the 80s. I know it is not everybody's thing. I am fine with that. I am totally fine with that. But y'all, I think it looks really nice. And I'm glad that it came back, but it's coming back in a different way, I think. And this, it's a pretty look, I think. Rustic look, let's put it that way. So you can see some of it's a little bit thicker, some of it's a little bit lighter. That's okay, it'll just change the way it crackles. I'm going to wait a few minutes to sort of let it get a little bit tacky, and then I'm going to grab a chippy brush and my orange paint. Mistake number one, should have used a wider brush. Really should have used a wider brush, but I used a thinner one. I could have moved a lot faster. They suggest that you don't overlap your paint, that you don't go back and forth on it, that you lay it down and you leave it alone. You don't want to go back and forth because it will interfere with the way that it crackles. So I'm trying my absolute best here to do what I imagine I'm supposed to do. A lot of it's guesswork when you're doing something new in crafting. So I've just watched a bunch of videos. I've taken advice from a bunch of different people or lessons or whatever, instruction. And I am attempting to do those things. So yes, this is definitely not an original idea. But I like the idea of using this as a backdrop to something that we're going to put a wall decal on. It's going to be very unique and different, y'all. Not everybody is going to be doing this. So this would be really something, I think, fun and unique to have in your own home. If it's something that brings you joy. You know, it needs to be what brings you joy. So I'm just kind of putting this down, and I actually do have this in fast speed, but I'm doing this really slow because I was so nervous that I was going to mess this crackle up. And you know, before I accidentally crackled. What in the world? Okay, so I'm going to take my heating tool, and I'm going to go over back and forth all over this entire thing until it is almost completely dry. And as I'm going over it, I've cut out a lot because I'm sure you don't want to see me just do that over and over again. It starts off with little lines like this. It's still wet, so I'm going to keep going. Once it's completely dry, look at the amount of, look at that, y'all. Oh. Scrape it up, put it back in there. I'm not going to kill a project because I made a boo-boo. Happy accidents, right? Oh, rest in peace, Bob. Rest in peace. Okay, so I'm going to take a thicker layer this time and a bigger brush, and I'm going bolder, y'all. I'm going bolder with this next section. We are layering this up.
I am putting this down fairly thickly, and then something very interesting starts to happen as I'm putting it down. I'm going to show you what that looks like too. Yeah, doing new things with crafting, it can make you kind of nervous, but I think it's important to try. You know, think outside of the box, try something different. Then if you don't like it, you don't ever have to do it again. Okay, so watch as I'm doing this. I think the paint might be starting to dry, and look at the little ripples. It almost looks like waves in the ocean, right? And I thought, oh wow, now if this successfully crackles, that is going to be pretty amazing. So I'm going to let it sit up a little bit, and then I've applied my sheepskin the same way I did, but with a bigger brush, right over the top of that. This layer, because there's so much glue, is going to take quite some time to dry. So just give it time. I'm going to take my little heat tool here and go over it, and look at the large crackling that's already happening on the side. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, y'all. Look at it. Look how it turns out when it is completely dry. I am obsessed. Oh, I can see fall and Halloween being full of crackle paint. I won't do everything like that because everybody doesn't like it. But if you do like crackle paint, please let me know in the comments so I can continue to bring you new ideas with some crackling. Okay, so I made a little mess on the side. I'm just cleaning it up with some wax, but you can go back in with that stain and use that if you would like, or the tint, wood tint. I am going to make sure that I have got this sanded down just so that I have a good adherence of my wall decal onto this tray. And I'm just going to go over it, you know, just a little bit. I'm not going nuts here. I don't want to break all my crackling down. Just going to go over it, try to get a nice smooth surface. And then always, after you do this, you need to be sure that you use dry cloth to clean it up. So I'm just using a dry piece of some type of a felt or fleece that I have left over. I like to use scraps for this kind of stuff. Getting in the corners, getting all the dust out that we took off. And we're going to start cutting out that decal. This one is on the sheet with all the little butterflies, and you can see what I'm cutting out is one whole piece, and then I'll be left with two sections of butterflies. I'm going to peel this off, and I did look before I started the project to make sure that this is something that would fit in here, and it does, of course, or you wouldn't be seeing it on camera right now. And I'm just going to place this down. I'm not trying to get center or anything. I'm trying to get most of the flower in there, but it turns out that it ends up being basically centered. I'm going to press it down, and just like I did before, you know, press it down. I'm going to not use any type of the squeegee yet. I do get a little braver soon because this is not sealed. This is not sealed. Remember, we just have that paint sitting there. Then I'm going to take the squeegee and go all over the decal part. And I'm trying not to get too much or put too much pressure onto it and over the crackles. I don't want anything chipping off because, I mean, you know, if it does chip off with a crackle, that's the whole point, so it's not really going to hurt anything. It's that old look, like chippy paint, right? So that would be totally fine. I'm going to use my blade again and just cut off, and this time I'm using my Dollar Tree blade to show you that you can use those. They work good. They work fine for me. And there's my hair. Okay, and then I'm going to just take that little piece out of there and make sure that I have pressed down all of my edges nice and flat. Look at my yucky hands, y'all. I'm such a messy crafter. Then I'm going to start adding my butterflies. The fun part, you can decorate this however you want. You can choose how many butterflies you want and which colors you want and put them wherever you want to in there. And maybe if you're doing this when your grandkids are around, maybe they would like to help. That would be really nice. Press that down. My table's bouncing like crazy. And I ended up saving a bunch of these little pieces to use on other projects, which, you know, you can't go wrong with that. You're really stretching your dollar. I don't think I paid for this decal. I think it was maybe a dollar something. Yeah, that's why I love getting this stuff from Temu, because it's very cheap. But you do whatever you want wherever you get your decals from. You may have decals in your stash that you haven't even used yet. You may have window clings from other holidays that you've never used yet. Get those out. Make you a tray. Find some way to use the beautiful artwork that are on those pieces and use them in a different way. I wouldn't put these on my wall. They're beautiful, but I don't see the point in my
home to do it this way. And this way I can change it out. You don't have to have the same thing every day. So now I've got my Mod Podge on. Now it is sealed. We'll give it a chance to dry. And I love it.